Good morning.
Hello.
Oh, I'm glad you're feeling better, Luna. I'm glad you're not freezing your butt off anymore. Ooh, baby, a triple. Look at that. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate it. I am still a little sick, so I apologize if my voice sounds weird or I cough a bunch. But I'm feeling better than I was yesterday. There was improvement.
Hmm.
Hmm. JJ, did you know I love you?
I did know that.
Good. I'm glad. Everyone else should know it too. See if I can remember which toggle is my heart eyes. There we are.
Please.
Ah! JJ's monitor is being
Please.
laggy.
I'm just closing YouTube Studio. I
Oh
can't.
no.
I can't fucking deal with this.
Oh no. Oh
This is
no.
ridiculous.
I know what my
Luna,
love
did
is
you know that I
worth.
love my wife?
I know what my love is worth.
You're not gonna acknowledge what I said? All right,
I.
fine.
What?
Fine.
You said you're closing VTube Studio and that you love me. I see. I understand. I heard both things.
Okay. Get into it.
You all set?
Adrian did it. That's what it looks like. Dude, no way. That woman couldn't do anything like that. In court today, there will be a mountain of evidence that will implicate you. A mountain of evidence? I'm certain there is someone out there trying very hard to pin this whole thing on you. Please, Mr. Lawyer. Dude, like I said yesterday, I'm refreshing like a spring breeze. Alright? I can't let any sort of scandal ruin that. I understand.
Well, it's almost time. Oh, okay.
Mia,
We must get a complete acquittal today.
I know. But I can't focus on Maya's situation right now. Or Pearl's either. No matter what, I have to focus on winning this case by the end of the day.
Indeed. Well, let's get going.
It's him. This is right.
Good morning. This is it, Mr. Attorney. The day of the trial.
Maya. She's unharmed, right?
Well, when I checked on her earlier this morning, she seemed a bit, how shall we say, tired. Don't worry, people don't die that easily. Besides, what you really should be concentrating on is winning today's trial. For my sake as well as yours, you must win today's trial. Which is why I sent you a little present this morning.
Puppy report. Where is he?
He is on his bed behind my chair, and he is sleepy, sleepy. Little donut dog.
Present? What in the world would you want to give me?
You'll figure it out once the trial starts. And even if you don't like my gift,
Honestly, I always hate when the conversation is something like, looks like we need to figure out the mystery now. The mystery? There's going to be mountains of evidence today. Mountains of evidence? And I think I know who's going to get the boot. Get the boot? They are horrible. It's not good writing. So, I think it's a translation aspect of Japanese writing and conversation. Apparently, it's much more normal to repeat what someone else is saying, which is why it happens in a lot of games.
Yeah, that makes sense. I expect you to graciously accept it and win today's contest if you please.
Wait! The kidnapper sent me a present? Mr. Lawyer Dude? Who was that? No one. It has nothing to do with you, so forget you heard anything. Dude, did your nose just get longer?
Well, Phoenix, more like Pinocchio, right?
Apparently it's something a yokai does also.
Oh. Interesting.
So, a little bit of trivia. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt Ungard. Are the prosecution and defense ready? Panique's right?
Pinocchio's right?
The defense is ready, Your Honor. I say, Mr. Wright, what happened to Miss Von Karma? How is this my responsibility?
How the fuck am I supposed to know?
I don't know, Your Honor. Why are you getting mad at me? Your Honor. Please be quiet, bailiff. Court is in session. If you must tell me something, please keep it brief. Now then, what is it? Prosecutor Von Karma has... This morning, Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman.
She was shot?
What? Shot?
What the hell? Somehow...
Palpatine returned?
I think this is the present that man was talking about.
Is present?
Ms. Von Karma is one of the top prosecutors in the country at the moment. If she were to disappear, it would be to your advantage. Karma family can't stop catching strays? Yeah, for real. Actual stray bullets.
This is insane! Miss Von Karma, is she alright? I don't have that answer. This is probably, Edgeworth.
She is alive and in stable condition.
That's good. Phew. You're... I thought he'd show up.
Your Honor. Edgy Poo. Due to the circumstances, Miss Franziska Von Karma cannot appear in court today. I, Miles Edgeworth, will be taking her place. The prosecution is ready, naturally. I feel like that would be an instance to call for, like, a postponement to the trial. The prosecutor being shot? Like, the new prosecutor needs time to catch up on the case. So I feel like it would be reasonable to be like, we're gonna postpone a day.
Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that he's already been keeping tabs on the case, so he doesn't need to have it be postponed, but... Okay, they need to get cases done in 3 days, so what? If you just, like... If you just constantly threaten and just torture everyone, what happens then?
Just murder every prosecutor and you'll get your verdict.
That is a real law in the Ace Attorney universe. Okay, I get that, but... Is there no such thing as extenuating circumstances? Like, oh, the courthouse was, like, blown up. Or, like a bomb threat was called in.
Courthouse
like,
blowed up.
There's no delay.
Trial
There's no
must go on.
delays.
Prosecutor Varkama was shot in the right shoulder and has been undergoing surgery. Luckily, I have looked this case over and am familiar with the details. The prosecution seeks to prove the guilt of Mr. Matt Ungard.
Well, there definitely was, but not anymore. Whether a bomb or being threatened live, you will continue the trial.
No matter the
fuck?
circumstances, the show must go on.
The court acknowledges the prosecution.
Right. I finally found the answer I was struggling for on my journey this past year. By the time this case comes to an end, you too will know the answer. Now then, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. Please bring Detective Gumshoe to the witness stand. If the trial gets bombed, you just switch courtrooms. That's true. That has happened. Witness, your name and occupation.
But what if? Hi, Change. Welcome back. I was afraid I had seen the last of you yesterday.
What?
I was afraid Change would never talk to me again.
What did you do to change? What did I miss?
Anyway, but what if every courtroom was blown up? There's no extenuating circumstances?
Mr. Judge, can we have the trial outside today?
You do the trial in the ruins of a courtroom? I feel like I'm talking crazy.
This universe is pretty crazy.
What do you mean BRB?
You just got here.
My name is Dick My name is Dick Gumshoe, sir. If you blow up every courtroom, then there is no law. I mean, you can whip people and
It's true.
have an impact on the trial, so I guess violence is just the rule of law in this world.
What's up, Baker? How you doing?
Oh, he's been here.
He's been here?
Yeah, because he did
Oh.
the puppy report.
I can't see that.
Fine.
That doesn't show up on my shirt chat.
I'm a detective down at the precinct for now. For now. After this trial's over, I'm supposed to turn in my badge, sir. Did Detective
What?
Gumshoe?
No!
Physical violence is allowed. Psychological, emotional isn't. That's where the line is drawn. You're here with Miss Hardley, too?
Hi, Mrs. Hardley. I miss you. I love you. Ooh. The prosecution has no need for a depressed witness.
Oh, just don't be depressed anymore.
Stop being depressed, dude. It's so easy. Lift your head up and face forward like a proud officer, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Or better yet, just get amnesia for your depression.
Oh my god. Man up, pal.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's have your testimony.
Hi, Mrs. Hardley. She took the baker in the divorce.
Oh my god. If we want to explore the various facets of this case, we must start with that. Get ready, Phoenix. This is going to be one very rough fight.
Yeah, it would have to be with Edgeworth as my opponent. The answer he was struggling for. Interesting. Show me this answer you finally found, Edgeworth. This murder happened after the Hero of Heroes Award ceremony, sir. This just in, one Mr. Miles Edgeworth seen immediately curing a detective's depression, more at 7, once we get the info. Edgeworth is the answer here in this courtroom, with us.
Oh my goodness.
The victim, Juan Corrida, was found dead in his hotel room. After looking into the cause of death, we believe he was definitely murdered, sir. At first, we thought there was something suspicious about the empty guitar case. However, we later found out that the guitar case had nothing to do with the murder. What?
Elaborate on that. Expound on that for me.
After the award ceremony ended, the victim was alone in his room. Yes, sir. Both the victim and the defendant went alone to their room, sir. Yeah, what is that testimony? I see. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. We performed an autopsy and confirmed the victim was really dead. Cool.
Worst testimony ever asked to leave the courtroom.
I don't even know why they bother, like, interviewing him. Or like, having him give a testimony. Yeah. It's always bad. Hi, Rin.
Hi, Rin. What's up? How you doing?
Would you please give us a brief timeline of what happened after the ceremony? Okay, pal. The ceremony started at 6 p.m. It ended around 8 p.m. Then there was a short break. A special post-ceremony show was supposed to start in the lobby 30 minutes later. And that's when the victim's body was found, correct?
Feeling the
You're
best?
Feeling the best?
Physically and emotionally since your surgery? That's great! I'm so happy! But your computer's not working? No! What am I supposed to do with the rest of my Sunday, if not Sapphic Sunday? Oh no! Reminds me of this piece of dialogue in the series, and how can you be sure all of your subjects are dead before the autopsy? If they aren't yet, they definitely will be once I'm done. That's crazy.
God.
That's fucking crazy.
Have you ever seen Scrubs?
Yeah, not... I've seen a couple episodes.
There's an episode where JD is in, like, a body bag, and the guy who works in the morgue-ish type section of the hospital is, like, taking him downstairs, and he comes out of the body bag, and he starts beating him because he's moving. He's like, why were you hitting me? Because I thought you were dead. Then why would I be moving? Dead people are supposed to stay dead.
Oh my god. Which is to say, the murder occurred during that 30-minute break period.
Please continue with your testimony, detective.
Oh, Rin, by the way, the reason it's Edgeworth here and not Von Karma is Von Karma was shot.
She's played the games.
I don't know if she remembers.
She has a bad memory.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Also, thank you for the 7-stream streak. Thank you. The person who discovered the victim's body was Adrian Andrews, correct? Yeah. Who is this Adrian Andrews you're talking about? She's the defendant, Matt Unguard's manager. She's a really pretty lady, sir. Ah, so she's a pretty lady. I wonder if she will grace us with her presence. What the
Everyone's so thirsty for her, including Rin.
Oh, this is Sun Limited's last stream of the year. Wow.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to update my thing. Because, you know. I have a really good memory also. When the post-ceremony show was about to start, she went to get Mr. On Guard. After visiting his room, she next went to the victim's room to get him for the show, sir. I see. And that's when she found the victim's body. I love how my model freaks out when I take a drink of coffee.
I love how my model just wasn't working today.
I'm so sorry.
The cause of death. Wasn't that because Mr. Corda was stabbed in the chest? Only a careless amateur would believe something so brainless as that, pal.
Okay.
Take a good hard look at the crime photo. Now, Aurel's pro's attention will be drawn here to this bandana. Banana.
Not what he said.
Is that the thing with this game? Is just like things that are like bananas? Because that happened in the first trial. It was a yellow catcher's mitt that kind of looked like a banana.
It's kind of bananas. You're right, Change.
He's a bandana, sir. That's the thing wrapped tightly around his neck, sir. Ah, yes, I see. His banana-scented bandana. Then what about the knife? It seems to have been stuck in the victim's chest on purpose after his death. On purpose. We have a crafty murderer on our hands here.
God, Ren, I can't believe you didn't DM Change Happy New Year's. It's so fucked up.
Why? But why? This autopsy makes no sense. I mean, the murder makes no sense. I guess the autopsy is fine. Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. I feel like the answer we're looking for is prints. Because if they were stabbed with a knife afterwards, after being dead, the only point would be to leave more evidence. Right?
Banana-scented bandana killed me.
And why did you think that? Because it was empty, pal. The Jammin' Ninja doesn't go anywhere without his bright red guitar. And we couldn't find it anywhere at the scene of the crime. Oh, and how about this theory? A fan really wanted the guitar and did the crime to get it. How's that?
You can't do that. You can't do that as the judge. You can't do that.
We thought of that too, but... But? The only fingerprints on the guitar case were the victims. Only the victims, huh? Well, that is interesting. But clearly the guitar case was opened after the water was spilled on it. This is considered one of the best cases in the series. I see. Ah, so much for my theory, then. Empty. There's some water, but only on top of the lid. Bears Corda's fingerprints.
Rin understands the hottie. Look, we all know she's hot, dude. We all know it. It's acknowledged. It's common fact. Household knowledge. It's first grade.
What convinced you it had nothing to do with the case? The guitar wasn't at the Gatewater Hotel that night. Well then, where was it? The bright red guitar was eventually found at the TV studio. The victim, Juan Corda, had apparently only taken the case with him, sir. So you mean he forgot to put the guitar inside the case? Yes, sir. Even when he was on stage for the ceremony, he didn't have his guitar. So that guitar case was empty even before he got to the hotel. Yeah, that's right. So it really had nothing to do with the case after all.
I believe that is enough. First, the victim was choked to death with his bandana. Then, after the victim was dead, the killer deliberately stabbed him with a knife.
Hmm.
Which brings me to my next point. Why then did the police arrest Matt on guard? Because there was a reason enough to suspect him.
Here it comes. Look like Edgeworth's back in full swing. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, please testify about this matter. Yes, sir. Matt Ongar and Juan Corda were huge rivals with each other. They each thought the other guy was in his way. That's motive enough in my book.
I don't know about all that.
So annoying.
Oh, is it doing the thing again?
No, it's not even that. It's just my computer's being slow.
Boo.
I think I just need to reset my computer. I don't know. We'll see. As for evidence, there's the Gem and Ninja's button. It was ripped off the ninja's costume and was found in Mr. Onguard's hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime. What? Which makes this a premeditated murder. What?
I don't think that's true.
It's a dining knife.
Yeah.
You like eat food with it.
That's not the kind of knife. Number one, not the kind of knife you buy for a crime. Number two, if anything, it seems more like like opportunity or a crime of passion because it's a weapon of opportunity because it was already there.
What a weird detail to harp on.
He took a knife. That's good enough.
So the defendant's fingerprints were found on the knife used in the stabbing. It was sort of sticky on the handle, so the fingerprints came out pretty clearly, sir.
Why was it sticky?
In the grip, Gatewater is engraved.
So yeah, exactly.
He
You did
didn't
not
buy it.
this. You did not purchase this.
And there's this button. That was found in the defendant's clothes, was it? And this button is also covered in blood. Yes, and we know that the blood on it is the victim's blood, sir. What?
I thought we knew that.
All of this points very clearly to the defendant, doesn't it? If you eat lunch in a hotel, you're one step closer to committing second-degree murder yourself. I guess.
Every time I do it, all the many times I've done it. Yes, it most certainly does, Your Honor. Ready to give in yet, right?
I'll find the hole in your argument somehow.
I'll find your
You mean
hole
you don't
somehow.
see it already?
I'll find your hole somehow, Edgeworth. You can press as hard as you like. Just hurry up with your usual pointless questions.
But in terms of popularity, Mr. On Guard won, did he not? Yeah, but you know what's ironic, pal? Juan Corda was always one step behind Mr. On Guard in everything. This year it seemed like he'd finally caught up, ready for the big final showdown. But Mr. Corda lost the Grand Prix in the end. That is too bad. He must have been pretty downhearted after losing. Wait just 1 second here. Mr. On Guard was beating Mr. Corda in the popularity polls. Yeah, well, I guess, but... Which means that in the defendant's eyes, the victim was not a rival at all. Which means he had no motive to kill at all. Yes, I quite agree. Well, detective? It's not, well, I guess if you put it that way, then yeah, the defendant would have had no motive.
Yeah, one of Phoenix's many accidental gayish sounding lines if you take it out of context. Hey, you know, we're all a little gay, aren't we? Detective, I'm beginning to see why you were fired.
Eh? No, not you too, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, sir. That's...
I look forward to your pension negotiations.
No! Now, detective, let's continue with the testimony. No, not my poor pension, too.
Oh my god, this poor guy. Detective, if you value your money, I suggest you proceed.
Yes, sir. We can talk about my pension later, sir. What about what I was gonna saying? Hello? Anyone?
Got a little off track there.
Do you have any proof that button belonged to the victim? Huh? What do you mean, pal? Oh, let me put it this way. I'm asking if you have any evidence to back up your claim that this button was ripped off the Jammin' Ninja's costume. Huh? But can't you tell just by looking at it? And the victim's blood is on it. Anyone could have smeared that blood on there afterward. Mr. Edgeworth, help me, sir. Alright, I knew it had to be this piece of evidence. Now to reel this one in.
Thread.
Huh?
The button was attached to the costume by thread, obviously. That thread snapped when the button was torn off. If you match up the ends of the thread on the costume with the thread on the button, it's a perfect match.
Yeah, that's it. They're a perfect match, pal.
Real review of the collection. I came for gay lawyers and got gay lawyers. I don't know what else you could ask for. It's true. That's Edgeworth for you. Never misses a beat.
It was ripped off the ninja costume and was found in Mr. Onguard's Hakama. The defendant's fingerprints were also all over the knife. The defendant bought the knife for the crime, which makes this a premeditated murder. Button covered in the victim's blood, and a knife with Onguard's fingerprints.
Be grateful. If the judge were more rash, he would have already pounded his gavel in closing.
We're still in a world of trouble.
Well, before any battle, you must find your enemy's weakness. So let's find the weakness in this testimony, no matter how small it may be. Okay, Phoenix? So, did we press on the knife being bought?
I don't think that was part of the testimony.
We're also all over the knife, and then it was...
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think it sent us back to the beginning. It's weird. How are the fingerprints arranged on the knife? Huh? What do you mean, pal? By examining the fingerprints, you can determine how the defendant held the knife. For example, did he hold it normally or overhand? Oh, is that what you meant? Well, we didn't actually think of that.
You're such bad police officers.
I can't believe the bumbling of this department.
Hopeless. Were you paying attention to the testimony, right? The defendant's fingerprints were all over the knife. There's no way to determine how the knife was held at the moment of the murder.
So is the defendant the owner of this knife then?
– 4:21 p.m. could not have made it 1 minute earlier. Not one single minute.
There's no way this is a premeditated murder, even if he bought the knife. Sorry, pal. This isn't some pocket knife. It doesn't fold, so it's not great for walking around with either. Alright, well, this is not good. If the prosecution can prove it was a premeditated murder, we're done for.
Phoenix.
Yes?
There's something very interesting about what the detective said just now. Think carefully before it's too late.
Button covered the victim's blood. And a knife with on-guard's fingerprints. Okay.
So, do we have something to present here with the knife? Mia Pearl, crazy that they did that? I know. Her titties are full out, dude. Her titties are just right there like, blow. Full out.
So we should present the knife.
Because it says Gatewater on it, so there's no way he bought the knife. Right? I'm gonna put on my Oodie. Take off my headphones for a second. Put on my Oodie. Oh, now
yeah, I don't know what else we would present.
Now it's cozy time.
Wait a second. Well, what? So the basis of your argument that this was a premeditated murder is simply that my client bought a knife beforehand? That's right, pal. The defendant did not buy this knife. Huh? Take a good look at the handle of this knife, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Huh? It has a Gatewater seal set into the handle. Gatewater? I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
Worst detective
That's the name
ever.
of the hotel. The Gatewater Hotel. Uh-oh. The murder knife was actually property of the hotel, which means this murder was not premeditated. Yes, that is very true. This is a very big... Well, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sorry, but the defense is simply too careless.
What?
I think whether the crime was premeditated or not has already been determined.
How so?
I admit this knife is hotel property. There's no one currently on the police force that is dumb enough not to realize this.
But I didn't know. Oh.
Whimper.
Whimper.
The question is, where did this knife come from?
This is so frustrating. We literally parry what they say, and they're like, who gives a shit about that? So annoying. Why, that's obvious. It came from the victim, Mr. Correda's room.
Sorry, Your Honor, but that is incorrect. The victim ate a last meal before he was murdered. With that being the case, I would like to draw the court's attention to what is on top of the table.
There is a knife and a fork on the table. Then, where in the world did this knife come from?
If it pleases the court, I would like for us to recall the room of the defendant, Mr. Matt on guard. Especially what was on top of his table. There is something missing. Perhaps it is a single knife? We investigated the leftover dishes for fingerprints, and while we were investigating, we came to the conclusion that Mr. Matt on guard's knife was missing. Mr. On guard had gone to the victim's room with a knife he had used during dinner. Why would he carry a knife on a visit? To kill, of course. And with that, I believe the prosecution has proven this was a premeditated murder.
Amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. Absolutely brilliant. A brilliantly clear deduction.
It seems like Edgeworth had this plan from the very beginning.
This must be one of those traps, and I just walked headlong into it. A murder weapon with fingerprints, and a button from the victim's costume. There is quite a sizable amount of evidence here.
I can safely say any further deliberation is a waste of your honor's time. Although, I wouldn't mind if the defense were to present evidence not yet shown to the court.
Evidence not yet shown.
He means evidence the court hasn't seen yet. In other words, new evidence. How many ways can we say new evidence?
What does the defense have to say about this, Mr. Wright? Well...
Phoenix. The judge is favoring the prosecution right now. If we answer with something wrong here...
That gavel of his will be... ring out the sound of our defeat. Mr. Wright, do you have something important and necessary to present to this court?
Do we? Do we?
Important and necessary.
Huh.
I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff.
I think a lot of things here are important and necessary, but I don't know what the game is looking for.
And it can't be something that we've already had. Mrs. Hardley is upset that they can introduce new evidence. Get ready! Get ready. Did you know you can present updated autopsy reports and not show it to the defense?
Yeah, this law system is really upsetting, Miss Hardley. It is quite upsetting, especially to people like us who are more aware of what actual law systems look like.
Evidence that we haven't presented yet. That hasn't been seen by the court yet. Excuse me.
Okay, well,
Wine glass.
The wine glass being full on top of the table where everything is broken is...
But is
relevant.
that contradictory?
Right. I don't know if it's important and necessary evidence that they're looking for. We're not looking for a contradiction. We're looking for important and necessary evidence.
Okay. That hasn't been presented yet.
So it could be the tabloid that Corrida was meeting with Adrian. It could be that this wine glass was on
No.
top of the table and everything else got knocked off of the table, but not this wine glass. Could be anything.
There's one piece of evidence that catches my attention. The One Piece. The One Piece is real.
One Piece mentioned.
Something that this court has yet to see. Mr. Wright, I will say this one more time. I do not feel this trial needs to continue at all. However, I am giving you one chance, and only one.
What the judge is saying, right, is don't try pulling one of your usual bluffs here.
I messed this up. It's curtains for all of us.
Yeah, let's save. Good idea. Good idea.
You may now present one and only one piece of evidence. Now then, what is this important evidence that you must show the court?
Oof.
I don't think it's any of the profiles.
I don't think so.
It's frustrating because it's like, if we were to present this under the logic of like, no, this is relevant because she killed herself 2 years ago, and it would just be like, how is that actually relevant? And it's like, but I'm going to present this glass, and it's going to be like, but how is the glass really relevant? No sign it's been drank, so if it was poisoned, who gives a shit? No one drank it.
Yeah. It's just suspicious to me that it's on top of there when everything else fell over.
Yeah. I guess the important thing about it isn't that it hasn't been drank. It's that it's a full glass that was left undisturbed in an otherwise disturbed scene.
Right.
This is a wine glass, is it not? Please look at the photo of the crime scene one more time.
Okay, we nailed it.
The scene is a mess because of the victim's struggle against his assailant. The vase was broken. His makeup is all over the floor. These were all things that were at one point sitting on top of the dresser. Well, yes, I see your point. However, this glass that is sitting on top of the dresser is mysteriously untouched. The only thing that had not fallen over, along with everything else, is this wine glass. This piece of evidence is more than strange enough to warrant further consideration. Well, what do you all have to say? Ah, well, yes, it is a little peculiar. Yes, isn't it? I thought it was. You can stop looking at me with those puppy dog eyes of yours now, Mr. Edgeworth.
What is it, Your Honor?
Your opinion.
You don't need my opinion. Because there's no special meaning to that glass.
What?
It's safe to say the glass was set there after the crime took place. By the person who discovered the body, Adrian Andrews, for example. She could have easily been so shocked that she set the glass down without thinking.
Okay, now we get the reverse of the knife, where there was no tomato juice in the apartment, in the room.
But there was tomato juice
in her
Corrida's room.
Yeah. And he also had an entire fridge stocked with, so there's no reason that she would have brought it over it's clearly from his. And it's a weird juice. That does sound very plausible, Mr. Wright. Could Miss Andrews really have set that glass down without thinking? If I appear weak here, the trial is over. I can look for my proof later. For now, I should trust my instinct and point with certainty.
They just might fall for it if you're thought-provoking enough.
The defense would like to challenge the prosecution's theory. We would like to see something that proves it was Miss Andrews who set the cup on the table. You've turned the situation on its head as usual. Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any proof to back up your claim? There's no way he has any. He's just bluffing.
Unlike Mr. Wright, I never say anything unless I have the evidence to support it.
What?
You're not thinking hard enough today, Wright. Did you think this wine glass escaped my notice?
Then...
Of course it has been thoroughly inspected for fingerprints.
Fingerprints.
There were only one set of fingerprints left on this wine glass.
Only one? Well, whose were they?
They were not the victims, nor the defendants. Rather, they were of one Adrian Andrews.
What? It still came from Corrida's room. Which is relevant.
That is why I said the person who had discovered the body had left it there. Are we done here, Mr. Wright?
I can't believe I fell into another trap.
Miss Andrews was probably holding the glass when she went to see Mr. Corrida. But upon seeing his dead body, she was stunned and set the glass down on the dresser.
What you just said makes a lot of sense.
Now you see, right? You can't change any part of my scenario as it explains everything all too well. I've thought long and hard this past year about what it means to be a prosecutor. And from here on out, I will show you the answer I have come to discover.
Wait a second, Mr. Edgeworth. I think the prosecution has proved enough evidence for me to enter my verdict.
Unfortunately, I cannot allow you to pass judgment yet. The prosecution has yet another witness we would like the court to hear from. His hubris will be his downfall.
Another witness?
Yes. Bailiff, please bring in the next witness. What in the world is Mr. Edgeworth thinking? Oh my god. Ugh. I love her. I hate her. She's great. She's awful. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. This is gonna do a number on my voice.
Gotcha!
I wonder what happened to the calm composure he had earlier.
Oh, edgy boy. It's been, what, a year since we had last met, hasn't it? You should be more happy to see me.
I saw the report with her testimony, but who knew that under that helmet... It was the Wicked Witch of the witness stand.
I tell you, this time I know what I'm supposed to do. So today I'm going to tell you anything and everything.
She's got a gun. Get her.
Cannot have a gun here.
Even things that don't have to do with that terrible crime.
Miss Witness, that terrible crime is all this court needs to know. Ooh.
Shush, I'm talking to my dear Edgy Wedgie right now. Don't interrupt us, Gramps.
Yes, madam. Actually, what the fuck?
No, please, by all means interrupt her. Please. Anyway, witness, your testimony, please.
It's true what they say that youth are hot-headed nowadays. Not that I mind at all, Edgy. Now then, what should I start with?
The witness was on security detail at the hotel on the night of the murder. Is this correct, Miss Oldbag?
It was a great job being able to see my dearie Juan. It was almost too much for my little heart to handle.
You mean you were a fan of the victim?
Look, everyone is crazy over that on guard, saying he's cute in a fresh way or something. But not me. I wouldn't say anything so silly. After all, I have no interest in a little child like him. I'm only interested in a real man, Juan Corrida.
But those two were the same age?
Anyway, as I was saying, I was pacing in front of his room that night.
Very well. Please tell the court what you witnessed the night of the murder.
Thank you, Timber, for the stretch redeem.
Hi, Timber.
How are you?
Leave it to me, Edgy Poo. Anyway, after the ceremony, I went to pace around in the hallway in front of his room.
Thank you for the hydrate, Luna.
Hydrate really quick. There was something I was interested in finding out, you know. Well, since I was on the job, I had to make sure to keep a good eye out the whole time. That's when someone showed up. It was a man coming out of poor Juan's room. It was on guard, Madden guard. He was trying to sneak his way out of Juan's room.
So Mr. Angard came out from the victim's room?
See, it has to be him. He's the murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Miss Oldbag, what was your post on that night?
The lobby. I was supposed to help set up the stage for that trifling show. But I refused to help. I'll have you know, it was for that lead-headed samurai show. I even took out a few of the nails.
What
God
the fuck?
damn.
Maybe it was a good thing the show didn't go on.
Besides, that manager with the glasses seemed to be working hard at it without me. So I thought I'd take a break and spread my wings a little.
And that's when you went to hang around the victim's door? something you were interested in. And just what was that?
It's not some little thing I can just go around telling everyone, you know. It's top secret between me and Juan.
Well, he is dead, so.
And Edgy Poo, of course.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is this thing she was interested in?
I have no idea. I despise gossip, Your Honor.
Gossip?
But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her tea?
What?
Is the game frozen or is my screen frozen? What's happening? It just says to her tea. I think the game froze. Hello? Oh, maybe it was my Discord stream. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. What's happening? It's freaking out. This reaction is relevant. This is me right now. What's happening?
What about now?
This is literally me right now. Okay. There we go. Whew, I'm sweaty now. That freaked me out. But should it prove relevant, we can always have it appended to her testimony later. There we go. It looks like we shouldn't force it right now.
And did the witness stay in the vicinity of the victim's door the entire time?
Well, since I was on the job, I made sure to keep a good eye out the whole time.
Oh, then would you tell us the number of people who went in and out of Mr. Cordo's room?
I have no idea. I wasn't born, so I could count things for those who didn't pay attention in class.
Girl, I wasn't there.
Why did I just get, like, 1 million Discord notifications?
I have no idea.
Why did that? Like, when that whole incident happened a few seconds ago, I got, like, 4 notifications. It's so weird.
I don't know. Maybe because streamer mode went off.
What are you talking about?
Well,
What
when
do you
you
mean because it went off?
if streamer mode disabled while you were trying to fix it, that could be why.
I didn't... well, I tried to fix it. What are you talking about?
What
It
was-
happened when I wasn't doing anything.
Oh, I don't know. I had just a thought. I didn't read what she said.
I can't go back. I can't go back.
Okay.
Yes, well, that would explain why your age was not included in the report.
In any case, the witness then saw someone, correct?
Who in the world was that?
I'm not allowed to say. This sort of information has to be carefully guarded from the masses, Sonny. The man that came out of Juan's room, it was... He was...
Why is she allowed to wear that?
Yes, he was.
Oh, I'm too scared. I can't say his name out loud.
Oh, what I wouldn't give to have Francisca's whip right about now.
Well, I guess I can tell you since he was such a bad boy anyway.
Seems like a weird thing.
Yeah.
Like, you saw my client? Are you sure about that?
Yes, see?
Really?
Annoying brat? When I say I saw someone, I saw that person.
Why do I get a sense of deja vu? Maybe to avoid a repeat of last year, I should delve into this a bit further. The person's face, what the person was carrying? These are both important questions. The clothes, I don't give a shit about. Please tell the court about the man's face in more detail.
You don't need me to tell you about his face. That soft, gentle look in his eyes and of his effeminate lips. His right eye covered by his silky hair, his sparkling, shining teeth.
I guess that is his right eye. That's his right eye. I mean, it's our left, but it's
Man, his
technically
lips sure
his
are
right eye.
effeminate.
His teeth were shining?
Well, he's shining all around in this week's pinup poster, dearie.
This week's pinup? Why do you... I mean, I don't care how he looks in this week's issue. Please stay with what you saw that night.
What? On Guard's face is the same no matter where it is. You know, whippersnapper.
So, Mr. Wright, was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
It was not. I'd like to go back. I guess it wasn't that important after all.
Mr. Wright, do you know why we say time is valuable? If not, I suggest you learn.
You've wasted 3 minutes of this woman's youth. That's more valuable than gold to me.
Why do I suddenly feel old in the presence of her childish whining?
She may not remember things or be mistaken here and there, but I don't think she's lying.
That's bad for us. Really bad.
But that's how the human mind is. It also has a tendency to jump off topic. She's strayed on a few interesting side topics this time, hasn't she? But that's what makes her a sweet old lady, right?
That's because you're not the one who has to question her. I want to go back and press that again. Because there were 3 topics we could press on. The carrying... Ooh, we should ask about the clothes, because if he wasn't wearing his ninja outfit, the hakama or whatever...
A steel samurai suit? Or
I
nickel
think
samurai, I'm sorry. Nickel
Yeah.
samurai.
Because it was found in the hakama, like the folds of the clothing. But if he wasn't wearing it, then that's relevant. Please tell the court about the man's clothes in more detail.
What a troublesome man you are, really. As if something like that really matters.
But it does.
Now what was it? Oh, yes, it was that thing.
What thing?
That gaudy thing he's always wearing. That racing jacket.
Aha! Ah, he was wearing that at the detention center too.
That thing's meant for nothing but seducing women out of their pantaloons. Men.
Right.
Yeah. Much more relevant than his effeminate lips.
Was this testimony just now important or relevant in any way?
It was very important. Of course it was important, Your Honor.
Then perhaps you would like to point to what part of that testimony was important.
Don't you see it, Edgeworth? Your Honor, I request what the witness said about the jacket be appended to her testimony.
I don't quite see where you're going with this, but all right. Witness, please.
Ah, well, I don't like to badmouth anyone without reason, but if I must. He was wearing his flashy racing jacket. Honestly, it's all just for show.
Are you sure the defendant was wearing a racing jacket?
What do you think? It's not like I've seen him in anything other than that horrible thing. I'm sure he was wearing it.
She is so sure of herself to the point of self-absorption.
She may not remember things or be... Oh, no, we read that.
Yep.
So we can pull
Oh.
out the Hakama line for that now.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm connecting the dots here, but I'm worried that it's the wrong thing to present. But I don't know what else I would present, because this is a clear contradiction. There we go. Miss Oldbag.
What? Don't say my name for no reason.
Do you know what this is?
Ah, it's button number 2 on the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Now I know she's an obsessed fan. She identified it in a single glance.
Give it here. Give it here. If you don't give it to me, I'll punish you with this.
Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat.
Wow, she really is a die-hard fan to want a button covered in blood. This button was discovered on Mr. On Guard's body during a full-body search.
See? See? This button proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it was that rascal on guard.
It was caught up in the pleats of his nickel samurai Hakama pants.
See? See? And on guard is the nickel samurai.
Witness. Now, it may just be me, and I do have an active imagination. But just now, didn't you say that the defendant, Matt On Guard, was wearing his usual racing jacket?
Ah, I'm so sorry. Sorry that you judge people based on what they wear. If I wore the trendiest dress, then instead I have to put up with this ridiculous looking outfit. You agree this outfit is hideous, right? I've got a tape recorder stuck on my chest. It's heavy, so heavy. I wish we would have switched to CDs ages ago. Dream alive for all those kids out there. I work hard, don't you understand? Now take a look at the mirror. Your clothes are about as interesting as a documentary on curling. You should take a look from Edgy Poo.
Now hold your tongue still there for 1 second. So what you saw in actuality was not Mr. On Guard, the man, but Mr. On Guard, the steel samurai?
Nickel.
The nickel samurai?
What? She said that he was wearing the racing jacket.
But when you think about it,
But she said he was wearing the racing jacket.
they're really one and the same anyway.
I'm so confused. Was she lying? She lied about him wearing the racing jacket, and he was actually wearing the nickel samurai costume?
I don't know.
What? Miss Oldbag, this is a very important point we're talking about.
Edgy Poo, do you think so too?
Well, it might be something worth considering.
Just say it's important and agree with me for a change.
Witness, think carefully and try to remember as much as you can before you testify.
I don't even know what she's... I don't even know which part is the lie.
All right, if you insist.
This is so... Like, this is not like the other cases, because we said... What was he wearing? He was wearing the racing jacket. Are you sure he was wearing the racing jacket? I'm sure as sure. And then we're like, okay, then how did the button get in there? Actually, he was wearing the Hakama. What? I should be the one sighing, not you.
On guard. On guard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn the Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
I knew it. I knew you'd say he was inside that costume.
What? Did you think there could have been someone else inside the costume?
Where
Don't
did my
be a-
game audio go?
Oh.
No, you can go. It's okay.
Don't be a bad little boy thinking such rude things.
My game audio went away.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay. I know what the solution is. But the possibility does exist.
Ah, youngins today. I told you there was no way it was anyone else.
How do you know that?
Because I said so. And what I say is the truth.
At least she's just as delightful as a witness as she was a year ago.
Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
I mean, I guess it's important either way. If it was the Nickel Samurai costume, then it's questionable that it was Matt on guard. But if he was wearing the racing jacket and not the Hakama, then how did the button get into his Hakama?
Right.
Okay, so you can read these.
Oh, okay. On guard. On guard. Yes, now I remember. The Nickel Samurai. That's right. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage show right after the crime, you know. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. He had to go to that post-ceremony stage...
Nope,
oh, you're
no,
going backwards
nope,
now. You're
wait.
going backwards now.
There's no more dialogue. You can see the dots. There's no more dialogue.
I wasn't paying attention to the dots.
Would you please get on with your testimony? What? Why is this the press?
Watch your language, young man. What sort of tone is that to take with an elder? My youthfulness isn't what it used to be, so you should forgive me for everything.
Even the murderer.
Just accuse her of the murder.
If you keep barking at me like that, I'll start singing at the top of my lungs.
Honestly, I feel like Edgeworth would go with it. What?
A striking figure by the sea, standing all alone is he. He's the Nickel Samurai.
She's actually singing.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you please kill your client? Can you please do something about this racket?
Witness, I'll give you a piece of gum later if you'll be good and just stick to the facts.
Okay. You promise, right?
The fuck?
Promise.
Right,
What?
I'll be sending the bill for the chewing gum to your office at a later date.
It's a piece
Remind me
of
to
gum, dude. It's like a cent.
Also, not my problem. Also, not my problem. Even if it was expensive, not my problem. Remind me to send you a thank you note later too, Edgeworth, old chum. Be a little more careful with your testimony, please. Not too long ago, you said he was wearing his racing jacket, and now he's not?
Not too long ago. Then let me ask you this. When you were itty-bitty, what was your grand dream?
Huh?
What did you want to be when you grew up, whippersnapper?
What does this have to do with anything?
An attorney. My dream, huh? Well, I wanted to be Judge Wagner, hero of the public's court. So what?
See? And look where you are. You're not Judge Wagner, are you? Are you?
Well,
What the fuck?
What I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that?
court testimony!
Oh my
What do
God.
you mean?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Truth,
dude.
lies, you know, the facts, lies. Who's to say?
Oh boy. What is the
I'm-
timestamp on that so I can go back and clip that later? How long have we been streaming?
An hour 26.
Okay, hour 26. Don't let me forget. I want to clip that later. That
I'm
was
gonna lose it.
crazy.
And she's like, oh, what I said earlier. Who puts any weight into things like that? The legal system. It's perjury. Perjury exists.
Oh my god.
The now is everything. I can't be held responsible for the past.
JJ is fucking
real?
freaking out.
Is this real? Is this real life?
Oh my god. First crash out of the new year.
Not even. Since when did court become theatrics over testimonies?
Perjury does exist.
Yes.
The
Yes,
bar
it
is
does
so
exist.
high for them to actually say you committed perjury.
But it does exist.
All that
Like,
matters.
obviously, this is a unique legal system, but it does exist.
Yeah, it's there. So is contempt. Shockingly. But you can whip the judge and not be held in contempt. So, who knows?
All that matters is that man was inside that costume. Isn't that enough?
That's so funny, dude.
And why would that be?
That way no one can see his face, of course.
But there's still no advantage for him that I can see. In fact, you would think the costume would make him stand out all the more.
You're such an annoying child. You know that? You disagree with everything I say.
Isn't that what you're always doing to me?
I got it. Maybe it was more troublesome for him to change in and out of his costume.
Was there anyone else scheduled to appear at the post-ceremony show? He didn't even know that he was going.
Well, all the contestants were supposed to go on stage in a friendly gesture thing.
And that included the Jammin' Ninja?
Of course it included him. That's why when On Guard came out of dear Juan's room, I didn't give it a second thought.
I see. So let me ask you one last time. The person you saw, it really was the Nickel Samurai?
As showy as ever. Haven't I been saying that from the very beginning?
No. Can I throw in the towel yet?
Maya, I'm so sorry. You're just gonna... your life is over. We can't deal with this woman any longer. You don't need to think too hard on this one.
Huh?
There's a contradiction in her testimony, and it's sitting in plain sight. The question is what that contradiction means for us.
I have to figure out what you're talking about first, but okay. Okay. On guard. It's not that. The Nickel Samurai. It was the Nickel Samurai that I saw. Yes, it would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. None. I had to go to that post. He had to go to that post-ceremony show. So he must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan. You be careful not to present something.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
I'm not sure.
I mean- He must have worn that Nickel Samurai costume when he was stabbing poor Juan.
Hi, Norman. How
Hi,
are
Norman.
you? An obvious contradiction. Not so obvious to us. Got 3 hours of
You
sleep?
got 3 hours
Oh,
of sleep.
no!
Whoa.
I'm sorry, Norman. That's not enough sleep. Hopefully you have the day off so you can just chill.
How are we? We're okay.
Uh-huh.
We're currently at a stuck moment.
I'm still getting over being sick a little bit, so I keep coughing. So I apologize in advance. I'm trying to mute my microphone enough before it happens, but I don't always get there in time.
What is the contradiction? I mean, he didn't know that he had to go to the
Do we have
post-ceremony stage.
anything that might
I-
say that? Norman, thank you for the bits! You're always coming in here cheering so many bits. I appreciate it so much. You're so generous. Oh. Also,
Oh?
sorry if you heard that. Clark is freaking out above me. The neighbor's dog upstairs is freaking out.
Norman, thank you for the bits.
So many bits! Norman is so generous.
Is it the fact that... I don't know. Is it the fact that he's got all this bullshit on?
I don't know. Like, my whole train of thought here is he didn't know that he was supposed to go to that, but we don't have a piece of evidence that says that. So I don't know how we're supposed to say, like, how could he, why would he be in costume when he didn't know that he was supposed to go to this thing? So, I don't know. Norman, when are you streaming next? I feel like you haven't streamed in a minute. I miss you. Norman, you haven't streamed all year. No pressure. I just like to show up when you do.
Voice of the director of the series. But if everyone was telling the truth, it wouldn't be as fun. I mean, it's okay.
I just don't... I don't know what we're missing here.
Perjury is basically non-existent, so the game can actually be fun. It's an interesting way to look at fun.
I love perjuring. Perjuring. Perjananant.
Is it the fact that he stabbed with that the stabbing happened with the knife and not his, like, real weapon? You got your summer car, but it's pretty... Huh? It's a pretty tedious game, so kind of boring to watch. What is summer car? Oh! He was wearing the costume, but the knife was covered in his fingerprints?
Oh, doy.
But what do we present?
Doy.
You're heading out, Baker?
Bye.
Thanks for hanging out.
I hope you and Mrs. Hardley have a good day.
Is it the fact that... It feels like it would be the fact that... How did his fingerprints, but I don't know how we present that.
Maybe the knife?
It would have been convenient for him to wear his costume during the murder. My Summer Car is a hardcore, realistic, Finnish life and car building simulator where you, a 19-year-old, must assemble classic 1970s Datsun-like car, the Satsumi, from hundreds of loose parts while managing your own hunger, thirst, and stress, working odd jobs for money, experiencing the rural Finnish countryside in the mid-90s, all without much hand-holding. Wow.
That actually
Okay.
sounds
Would it convenient
interesting. I might watch... I would watch
Convenient
that.
for him to wear his costume during the murder. Okay, so let's try the knife on that, then.
Also, thank you for the 20 stream streak, Norman. Oh my god. That's so many streams.
I guess not. I guess it's not the knife,
I
explicitly.
thought it might be the knife.
I mean, if this is not it... Oh, wait. Did I do it on the wrong line?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Did I just do it on the wrong section of the testimony?
Yeah, maybe. Well, Norman,
There
if
we
you
go.
get to 50 stream streak on my channel, you get VIP without having to spend any channel points. So, there you go.
If you get a 3-stream streak in Rin's channel, you'll get a personal hello from Rin. And if you get a 5-stream streak, she will spare you.
What do you mean?
Please take a look at this.
She's not even here to defend herself.
Yeah, so it's a knife. Big deal. If you're trying to scare me with that, I'll have you know it won't work.
No, that's not my intention at all.
That's the knife that was used in the murder, correct?
Your Honor, do you know why this piece of evidence is important to this case?
You don't even have to ask. It's because the defendant's fingerprints are on it.
Is that what you're driving at?
That is exactly what I am driving at.
Where are we driving at? And whose car are we driving?
Oh, boo. If Mr. On Guard was really in the nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder, then it's impossible for his fingerprints to have been left on this knife. Actually, he would have wiped all previous fingerprints on this knife right off.
Oh, that's right. The nickel samurai wears gloves, doesn't he?
He probably took his gloves off before he began the stabbing.
And why would he do something like that? To leave his prints on the murder weapon?
Oh, sorry, let me turn it up a little, Luna.
There's no way he would do something like that.
However, there is one possibility.
Oh, that's great. Okay. Then let's hear your possibility.
It's very simple. The defendant went into the victim's room while in costume as the Nickel Samurai. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. He was probably just going to relax and talk with the victim about the stage show. Which is why he took his gloves off. A lot of probablys and maybes in this, but readable doubt, I guess.
But the murder still did take place.
It's well known that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim.
Yes, I've heard that before. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about Mr. Edgeworth's theory?
So let me get this straight. Edgeworth's theory goes like this. When the defendant went to the victim's room, he had no intention of killing him. Now, up to this point, are there any problems with this theory? There's a contradiction. Then why would he bring the knife?
If he had no intention of killing him, yeah.
This theory contradicts something in an earlier testimony.
It is maxed, the game volume is maxed out on my side. I'm sorry, Luna. I literally can't make it any louder. What are you babbling about?
Now, for argument's sake, let's suppose Mr. On Guard was the killer. If that's the case, I think it's impossible for the killer to have gone to the victim's room without intent. So distracted. This knife, this was used by Mr. On Guard at dinner.
Yes, we did establish that.
Which means that if my client was, in fact, the killer, then he brought this knife with him when he went to visit Mr. Corrida.
I suppose.
However, you just said it yourself. At that time, the defendant held no intent to murder. If that were true, then why would he bring a knife? He wouldn't, would he? Which means, Mr. Edgeworth, your theory was flawed from supposition 1.
Supposition.
And one more thing. If the murderer was wearing the costume at the time of the murder, then there should be glove marks left on the knife.
What's a glove mark?
Like smearing of previous fingerprints? Which means the defendant's fingerprints shouldn't be all over it like bees on a hive. And that brings me to my final point. This knife was planted by the real killer to hide their identity and mislead us.
Order! Order, I say. Order in the court. Was this knife really planted by the killer? Why would the murderer do such a thing?
Hi,
frame.
Zazak. What's up? How did you celebrate the new year? I went to bed at a reasonable hour because I had to work the next day. And then I got
frame
sick.
Matt on guard. To hide the murder method makes no sense. Because, like, they would do an autopsy. It's to frame Matt on guard.
100%.
It's to frame my client, Mr. On Guard, of course.
to frame.
How did you celebrate, Zazak? Aren't you forcing the interpretation just a little too hard on this one?
But we just established that the witness saw the Nickel Samurai in costume. And if that were true, then there shouldn't be a single fingerprint on this knife.
Grr. Witness?
Looks like I've made your life a tiny bit more difficult, huh, Edgy Poo?
Witness, did you or did you not really see the Nickel Samurai?
Well, I guess at first I might have forgotten, but...
Are you saying you mixed up Mr. On Guard with the Nickel Samurai, his character on TV?
But I mean, I can't really do anything about that now.
Oh, shut up.
Look, I was waiting around in front of their doors because, well, I wasn't waiting around for the Nickel Samurai, that's for sure.
She wasn't waiting for the Nickel Samurai? Alright then, who were you waiting for around then?
That's top secret to anyone outside of security.
I have a feeling that you're waiting for Mr. Juan Corrida. Am I correct, witness?
Ha ha. The way you think you are a sad amateur with terrible case of nearsightedness.
Amateur? Me? What am I an amateur of?
So Old Bag was waiting around in front of the victim's room. But it doesn't sound like she was waiting to catch a glimpse of Mr. Corrida.
Maybe, Phoenix, maybe the old bag was waiting around for that person.
If it's who I think Mia's hinting at, it's certainly possible. Miss Old Bag, you were waiting for this person to come out of the victim's room, weren't you?
Maybe Adrian?
Yeah. It's not Celeste,
That-
and it's
that
not
one
Matt
was
on guard,
weighted.
and it's not Corrida. The only other person I could potentially think is Lotta Hart, but she wasn't supposed to be in the room. So it has to be Adrian.
How can you judge
Who is
people
this
based on
person?
their clothes? It's definitely Matt because his outfit.
This is Adrian Andrews, Mr. On Guard's manager.
But why would the defendant's manager be in the victim's room?
It seems this is the latest rumor in circulation, Your Honor. Why is my tracking freaking out?
Oh, this is... I see.
The judge seems to be really into the article, if it can be called such a thing.
Hi,
First time playing
okay.
this case? Yeah, Lil Grumba and Brennan.
What should
This
we
is
call
the
you?
first time playing this case.
Lil...
First court day or two. I think this is day one.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
is day one because it's supposed to be done in one day.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Day one.
Do you want to be called Lil Grumba? You want to be called Brennan? What's your preference?
Then this manager with the initials AA. Are you saying it's...
Grumba.
Just Grumba? Alright, Grumba.
Adrian Andrews, without a doubt. The witness thought so as well.
Looks like you found me out. Well, that's fine. I can throw away this whole sworn to confidentiality stuff then.
Witness? What in the world are you?
Watch out, Phoenix. I've got a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling.
You've played all the Ace Attorney games. This is one of the best cases in the game. That's what Luna says. That's what Luna says. So we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, I want to see how this plays out.
I got some information. Some very secret information from a certain source.
Can I have a guess who the murderer is? I promise I won't spoiler. You want us to guess? Gosh.
My guess right now is...
It's either Maya or Pearl.
My guess
So
right
it's
now
not-
is it's
it's not-
Adrian.
It's not these 5. It's probably not Will Powers. That would be kind of out of character for him. He lacks a motive. A lot of heart doesn't make sense either. Old bag doesn't. So it's, when it comes down to, it would be crazy if it was Mad on Guard.
That'd be a good twist.
The killer is strange. The killer is strange because, like, if the killer did it, that would make sense why the killer would know it wasn't Mad on Guard. But, like, I don't know. Maybe it was suicide. But we know that he died via strangulation, which is possible to happen via, possible to do via suicide, but
unlikely.
Isn't what that is just self-asphyxiation is difficult to do with a bandana. So unless the murder scene was really disguised another way. I am struggling to really believe that it would be Adrian, but that's currently where the evidence points to.
Yeah, that's the only one I've got so far. That's my guess so far. So, that's why I was doing my little investigation in secret, of course.
But what for?
Oh, just for myself and personal reasons and all that. Don't comment on your guess.
Well?
We'll see at the end. I'm excited to find out.
Mr. Edgeworth, how will you proceed from here?
I really don't want to do this. However, I cannot simply let this point slide.
I see. Very well then. Witness, please testify about this secret information.
Get ready! This is gonna take the wind out of you youngins.
I'm sure we're all capable of handling this. Really, it's not like we're 10 years old. Imagine being 10 and playing this game.
I mean, I'm sure it happened for a lot of people.
That on guard is one evil, evil man. He thought he could ruin poor Juan by causing a huge scandal. So, to do that, he sent his own manager in to get close with Juan. I cannot condone such dirty tricks, so I took action. Oh, and this is top secret, you got that? Nobody else but you and me know yet, okay?
Pearl was the murderer. She saw right betraying Maya, and then Pearl murdered Juan on accident. Oh no. Oh no.
The defendant sent his manager. What a distasteful topic for this court.
What? Nobody's above gossip. And isn't there a saying, the truth is never pleasant?
Never heard that one before.
Mr. Edgeworth, what about this Adrian Andrews person?
We have looked into this matter and found that the truth the article proposes is in fact baseless gossip.
But should this be true, then this proves the defendant did bear ill will towards the victim.
So this means I have to smash this rumor once and for all.
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Sorry. Be careful. The old bag seems rather excited right now. I'm still getting over my cough.
That's right. On guard is nothing but your average foul-blooded youth.
Well, as the old saying goes, you've got to burn old bags with fire. That's not a saying!
Never heard anyone say that.
Time to fire up the afterburners and hit the highway to the danger zone.
Highway to the danger zone. Okay, did I read this already?
Yes. You can't say something like that without proof. That's just slander.
But it's true. That woman was just getting intimate with poor Juan. Look, it says so right here, doesn't it? Manager to the stars, Miss A.A.
But the name of the magazine this came from is Gossip Land.
What? Are you saying that gossip is all just a pack of lies? What do you know? I suppose next you'll swear to me the news is 100% truth. Honestly, Sonny, you can't discriminate between the news and gossip.
Yes, discrimination is bad, Mr. Wright.
Discriminate? When did I do anything like that?
Anyway, On Guard will never get me to say touche.
A scandal? What do you mean by that?
You're a dim-witted one, aren't you? I can't believe you don't know what a scandal is. Honestly, what are they teaching kids in middle school these days? How old do you think I am?
I wasn't asking what the word scandal means. Even I know that much.
Well, that On Guard thought he could own a monopoly on popularity.
So, we're supposed to get On Guard off on day one. My theory is that it's gonna say that he's not guilty, but it's gonna shift blame to Adrian Andrews, but she's also not guilty.
Right.
So that's what I think is gonna happen, and then we're gonna have to defend Adrian Andrews.
Sure. That makes sense. I follow that.
You don't have any proof that Mr. On Guard did any such thing.
You must be suffering from shock. The shock of hearing the truth. And now, since you're in so much shock, you can't do anything right.
You're right, I can't do anything, but boy, do I wish I could do something about you.
My game froze again. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
All right then, Sonny, show me what you've got. Can you show me proof that On Guard didn't bear any ill will toward Juan?
Do we have proof?
No. I guess we don't have proof? I don't have anything to offer.
See, just as I thought. And you were lecturing me about saying things without proof. You've just given me a free pass to say whatever I want, whenever I want, silly boy.
Me and my big mouth.
That's the way the cookie crumbles, for you anyway.
So, what do you mean by I took action?
Like I already told you, I was lying in wait close to the crime scene. Once that slimy woman came out of Juan's room, I was going to capture her and teach her a good lesson. Something you young'uns need.
You were going to teach her a good lesson?
I was going to make her eat the damaging beams of my ray gun.
It's the hag that I hate. That fucking hag that I hate. That fucking hag that I hate. That fucking hag that I hate.
It's that fucking hag that I ate.
No, stop!
Well, it was too bad that woman didn't come through the door that night.
You appreciate me, Change? I know Ball? Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Welcome back, Rin.
Hello, hello.
Wait.
What? I'm a busy woman. Tea time with the kids is over.
Secret information that no one else knows yet. If that's true, then how do you know this secret information?
Huh? Well, that's because I'm a pro. Yes, that's it.
Yippee! PC is
Your
running.
PC is running.
Hell yeah.
It's a secret. Even if you drilled a hole into my brain, you'll never find out.
How in the world did that old bag get such a secret piece of information?
Wow.
Present evidence?
Change in Luna. Sharing the same brain
Is
cell.
it the stolen camera? Is it the stolen camera?
Oh, sure. Why is my model freaking out? What is happening?
So no one else is supposed to know this secret information, correct? If that's true, then why do you know it, Miss Old Bag?
Why are you looking at me like that? Stop that!
Witness? I hate to say it, but this is how you came to acquire your secret info, isn't it?
Teed you both up for that and delivered. Yeah, they both were on the same wavelength with their shared brain cell.
The investigative photographer, Lotta Hart.
Oh yes, I remember that mischievous girl.
She reported that she had lost a certain note she had written to herself.
She reported such a thing.
On that piece of paper, she had written down some of her impressions about the relationship between the victim and Miss Andrews.
What? Outrageous ideas, you say?
It's not what we said.
No. I said impressions.
Then everything written on this piece of paper is completely meaningless?
Ah, that's it. That's the note.
No, you see, this is something completely different. This is my top secret list of groceries to buy.
Then you are the one who took Miss Hart's note?
I'm a huge fan of wands, that's why. That infamous puffy-haired whippersnapper. She's working with that evil on guard. She said so herself. On guard, I'm his sidekick.
I don't think she said that.
She was so happy, smiling like a silly duck. I was only checking what she'd written.
Got the whole court laughing.
You've perjured too close to the sun, I fear.
Edgy Poo, you believe me, don't you? I was only trying to help out like the angel I am. It's only one little piece of paper. I've never taken anything else before.
You really should come with a supply of cheese to match your vintage wine.
Well, it was only a piece of paper. I suppose we can overlook
do
this
you
just
mean?
once.
What do you mean?
She looks like she's really sorry. Did I forgive her?
No! Fuck her.
If I let up on her now, she'll get away. I have to find some way to inflict a deafening blow on the prosecution. Witness! You said that the only thing you stole was that note. Is this correct?
Stole? Why don't you listen more carefully, you annoying brat? I saved this piece of paper from the terrible lonely trash can, that's all.
You're lying, damn it. And I can prove it. I don't think you can say damn it.
Yeah.
Are you putting my credibility under scrutiny again?
Why did we presented the camera as evidence, but we're talking about a piece of paper.
Yeah.
Miss Oldbag. I don't believe that the note is the only thing you stole that night. Really, like, we presented this earlier. Why are...
Uh-huh.
Miss Oldbag, that note was with a camera inside its case, wasn't it?
A camera?
Yesterday, Lotta Hart was raising a huge stink over her camera. She kept saying something like, "My sweetie $1,600 camera disappeared on me."
Why? Whiteness!
What is it, Gramps?
If you have the note, then it is only logical that you have the camera too.
Looks like you found me out again, Sonny.
Your whiteness.
Is this the camera you're looking for?
That's...
What? Even though I look like this, I'm still a person, you know. I still eat meals like you. I fall in love and borrow things from people.
What the fuck?
I steal, I cheat, I lie.
I think your definition of borrow is a little off.
I saw that woman's business card, and that's when I noticed it said... Slime Bag Celebrity Photographer Extraordinaire. Well, when I saw that, I had to know what sort of pictures she had taken. I'm a professional security guard. It's my business to know these things. I don't know about all that.
Bailiff? Kill her! Check the camera's photos. Hurry! We must examine them at once.
Okay.
Alright, Rin. See you in a bit.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do we have?
There's only one photo that seems to be relevant to this case.
Please present it to the court. This is the Nickel Samurai.
Oh my god, my model is absolutely glitching.
See, I told you. That's the guy I saw.
Sure is the guy.
Yeah. I'm looking at all the details.
This proves that the witness was not lying earlier about this matter.
Well...
What does this all mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photo by itself does not prove the person in it is the defendant. However...
Okay. Thank you for saying that. At least recognize that a person wearing a costume that's heavily associated with someone does not mean that it's that person.
Yeah.
At least acknowledge that.
In his own confession, Mr. On Guard clearly stated that at the time of the murder, he was still in his nickel samurai costume.
If that is the case, then this Nickel Samurai is...
The defendant.
This is like a major network television show. Is there not more than one costume?
Yeah, like what do they do when the other one's getting dry cleaned?
Like, I just want... If there is only one costume, I want it to be part of the record.
How did it come to this? I think this brings us to the end. We have examined every piece of evidence thoroughly. Final comments, Mr. Wright? The court will consider them before we close. Do you agree that this photo is decisive evidence against your client?
No, I don't agree with any of that.
Oh! I see something weird. And I want to know if you see it. Look at this photo.
Look at this photograph. The pants are too
Mm,
long.
not-
Someone shorter. Someone shorter is wearing it. We've seen this before.
If this photo really is decisive, then we're done for. But if I raise an objection here and blow it, then I would put Maya's life in jeopardy. No, you wouldn't! She dies either way!
Look at this photograph.
I can't make a mistake here. There's only one road out of this mess.
Every time it makes me laugh.
This photo that Lotta took, there's something strange with it. There's something strange with this photo.
I knew this was coming, right? I
No,
always
it's
know
not,
when you're
Mr.
coming.
Edgewood.
I think we can all agree that there is nothing strange with this photo. There is no way for the defense to debunk this photo, even with a bunker buster.
Debunk with a bunker buster? Is that what you're planning to do, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, please look at the photo one more time.
If you really believe that you can honestly find something wrong with this photo, then you should only need one chance, correct?
I don't think we're gonna fuck up what is actually wrong with it. But I'm afraid the game is gonna be like, oh, you clicked the wrong pixel, death.
Right, yeah. Avoiding the topic, suspicious? Who's avoiding the topic?
Well, I have to find something wrong with this photo. I can't let this chance go by. Where in the heck did she take this photo from anyway? It's all out of focus. Why can't she take a good shot, especially when it counts?
Now then, let's hear your objection. What about this photo is strange?
His pants.
I would like to direct the court's attention to this one area right here.
What are you pointing to? His ankles?
If you could see this person's ankles, that would be one thing. However, you can't.
And what does that mean?
The costume person in this photo could not have been Mr. On Guard.
What is the meaning of this?
I wonder if you would care to elaborate with actual facts, that is.
Let's take a look at the Nickel Samurai's poster. Please pay particular attention to the area around the bottom of the hakama.
His socks. You can see his socks.
Exactly. However, in this photo, the Nickel Samurai is clearly holding his hakama up just to walk. There's only one explanation for this. The person inside the costume is clearly much shorter than the defendant. Alright, I think I've turned things around for myself this time.
That's curious.
Huh? What is?
Edgeworth is unusually calm today.
That's true.
He's just letting the trial run itself, as if he's only along for the ride.
Along for the ride. What do you mean by that?
I can only guess that perhaps he doesn't feel under attack at all.
He doesn't feel under attack? And I haven't damaged his case at all.
Mr. Edgeworth, where does this leave us? If the person in this photo is not Matt on guard, then everything the prosecution has tried to prove has become meaningless.
I figured it would come to this.
Which is why I didn't talk about this until now. What?
Right. I have something I want to ask you. I think you have proven the person inside this costume is not Matt on guard. In that case, who is this a photo of?
Who is the person wearing the nickel samurai costume?
Don't stress out over this, Phoenix. It's very simple. What you should be focused on is Edgeworth's attitude, don't you think?
Yeah, why is he so calm?
Mr. Wright, let's hear your thoughts. Who is this person in this photograph?
Well, what is that on Johnny's head?
I guess it would be Adrian Andrews.
Yeah, I don't know who else it could be.
It would be crazy if it was the security lady. It's impossible for it to be Lotta Hart. None of the prosecution staff,
Will would be tall. Will would be tall.
Will is tall. Also, yes, thank you. It doesn't make sense for it to be Juan Corrida, because the changing the costumes, timing-wise, would be weird. So, and Celeste is dead, so that only leaves us able to present Adrian Andrews.
Timber, that's what gets me about this game every time, is the burden of proof should be just on proving our defendant not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Like, not even beyond a reasonable doubt, just proving reasonable doubt in the case. The fact that we have to prove who else did this is always insane to me. Like, our job as a defense attorney is proving there's reasonable doubt in the case, and that's it. The burden of proof is not on us.
Adrian Andrews?
If you want to know who that nickel samurai is, it is none other than this woman.
And why would you say it must be Miss Andrews? What in the world points you to her?
For starters, she's short. And as we know, short people are guilty. I mean, what? Well, I just don't really know what... Whatever. I guess he's saying she's short.
So the Hakama...
Meaning...
Yeah, the Hakama don't fit right. I'm sad Rin wasn't here to hear that, though.
And she can freely move in and out of Mr. Enguarde's room. Finally, she had dinner with Mr. Enguarde that night.
And how does that all add up?
It means that it makes it very easy for her to get a certain item. A certain knife with Mr. Enguarde's fingerprints all over it.
The knife that was used as a murder weapon.
It wasn't used as a murder weapon! The murder weapon was the scarf! This is ancillary to the case!
Ugh.
Fire this man! He should not be a sitting judge!
He also keeps asking questions, which you're not allowed to do as a judge.
This is not the normal court system. He's allowed to ask questions in the Ace Attorney universe.
Everything about this universe and their laws make me upset. Why don't you say what it is you want, Mr. Wright?
I have to do this now. This is my last chance to turn things around. The defense moves to indict Miss Adrian Andrews in the murder of Juan Corrida. It was Miss Andrews who tried to frame the defendant for the crime.
Order, order, order. It looks like this trial has hit a most unexpected development. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court is issuing a subpoena for Miss Adrian Andrews. A verdict cannot be passed without first hearing her testimony.
All right, this is it.
This is kind of bad for us.
Huh? What do you mean?
If Adrian Andrews is summoned to court as a witness, it means the trial will go on for another day.
One more day? Ah! If I don't get a verdict today, then Maya...
Now then, we shall set Miss Andrews' testimony for tomorrow.
Well, what am I supposed to do? The judge is about to adjourn the court.
The objection.
We need a...
Objection.
Now then.
Please, Your Honor, continue the trial. You must pass a verdict today.
I can't do that. We cannot hear Miss Andrews' testimony if she is not...
I abhor wasting such valuable time.
Edgeworth?
Your Honor, I request that you please continue with today's trial.
But we cannot continue due to this unexpected development.
Tisk tisk. Unexpected development. I think you underestimate me, Your Honor.
And what do you mean by that?
That Mr. Phoenix Wright would slave his way to subpoenaing Miss Adrian Andrews is all happening according to plan. Even if Wright was a bit slow to catch on.
What?
What is the meaning of your statement, Mr. Edgeworth?
Oh, okay. Miss Adrian Andrews is currently waiting in the prosecution's lobby. She is the next witness.
Everything was planned out in advance by that man?
Somehow I knew there was no way Edgeworth would overlook Miss Adrian Andrews. Looks like this battle is far from over. Exactly.
Very well. We will call the next witness. However, before we proceed, we shall take a 10-minute recess. Please prepare your witness in that time, Mr. Edgeworth. The court will now take a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
I think we also need to take a recess.
A reference?
A reference, you know, a quick reference. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay. We'll be right back.
BRB, y'all.
we back?
Yeah, I had to make some tea.
Okay, great. We're back.
I needed some tea for my poor throat.
E.
T-E-E.
Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She is your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony during the break, huh? I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. Because she was the one that came to wake me up? Then, dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. She was the one who murdered Juan Corrida. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Rin, why are you saying no, they're gone?
Probably because she came back on break.
Oh, okay. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time this trial's over.
So her motive is that she thinks Juan has a suicide note that her mentor wrote. Because her mentor committed suicide, and there was no note found, but Adrian thinks that Juan took the note.
It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of today. Get me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude?
Wow. Phoenix? You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing suicide note, right?
Alright, see you later, Luna.
Have a good relaxing
Yes.
shower.
Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impacts for her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly killed herself. It sounds like she left a suicide note, and the person thought to have hidden it
Is Juan Corrida the victim of this murder?
and that's why I think that Miss Andrews got close to Mr. Corrida. All to get the suicide note back.
That sounds plausible. But one thing bothers me.
What?
Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated, Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impacts.
It was Edgeworth.
It looks like he's still the one in command of this ship. Don't let your guard down yet.
Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please.
The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court.
No, Adrian has not been to the witness stand yet. This would be the first time.
Yes. I said the line.
I'm doing something.
Oh, I don't know. How am I to know? Miss Adrian Andrews, the person who discovered the crime, in Mr. Juan Corrida's room. What is your occupation? Oh god, I gave her a British accent, right? I'm the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt On Guard. It's more Australian.
I see. Now then.
Before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request.
Sure. Yes, what is it?
I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing. And would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently.
No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland.
If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me.
Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Corrida. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan. But this was a private matter between Juan and myself.
So it was fry and bait, it was a fry and bait matter, or was that bait and fry? Reminds me of fishing.
But I didn't kill him. No one is accusing you of that.
I mean, Phoenix is.
I think there's someone who would beg to differ.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, a second. Thank you, Rin.
I
trying
think
my
we
best.
all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews.
Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court. About what happened when you discovered the murder had taken place. My pronunciation of corrida is beautiful. Thank you. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice.
What? You poured yourself a glass of juice?
Yes, sadly I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match.
Yes, I know.
In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing.
Disrupt her pacing?
She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it.
Hit her with the nanny boo-boo.
What? The instant you let...
The nanny nanny boo boo is a fake interrogation technique made up by Super Mega,
Oh, okay.
where when someone's giving you their story, if they're lying, they're trying to stay like in their story. So if you were to go real quick, do a nanny nanny boo boo like hand motion, a normal person who isn't guilty would say, "What the fuck was that?" But a guilty person who's lying would just continue with their story like normal because they're trying not to get thrown off. It's a fake interrogation technique made up by Super Mega.
That's funny. The instant you let up on your offense is the instant this trial is over. Understand? It was time... Oh, I read that. Yep. Sounds so logical, though. It's pretty funny.
Well, I guess that's why someone cited it as a real interrogation technique in an interview.
That's hilarious.
I'll find it and I'll share it with you, Sonny, later. And what was Mr. On Guard doing at the time?
He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as the Nickel Samurai during the ceremony.
Mr. On Guard did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say it could not have been Then I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes?
Excuse me? It? What are you...
Objection!
Right. I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. On Guard's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right. Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. It's second grade.
Wumbo, Wumbology.
Uh-huh.
And why did you do that?
As a friendly gesture, one was to make an appearance with the other heroes.
So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Is that the only reason?
I beg your pardon. What are you implying?
You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had a more personal matter to discuss with the victim.
Sorry, but I didn't have any such interactions in mind at the time.
Intentions.
Intentions. My bad. I can't read.
I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess.
May we continue now? Witness, what did you see when you got to his room?
You were in shock?
What? Was I not supposed to be?
Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Corida.
Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. You can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. What does her beauty have to do with being shocked, dude?
Oh, I don't think her beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not.
Me and Phoenix.
I see.
What I saw was naturally... Oh yeah, I don't read that part.
This is the photo you're referring to, correct?
Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest. Yes, it was open and empty, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped a line. About the guitar case?
Yeah, it was open. And then what did you do next, witness?
And then didn't drink it. Juice?
Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table. Tomato juice on the table. So I helped myself.
But you didn't drink any of it, did you?
Huh?
There were no lip marks left on the wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it.
I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it.
Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Corrida, I've been saying Corrida, and I don't... whatever. You were in great shock. And that's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct?
And what of it? My mind was a complete blank at the time.
Your mind was a complete blank. I didn't think that was possible for you.
Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake, that one thing.
What one thing?
Never mind, it's no big deal.
What was she starting to say just now? Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was.
Actually, so would I. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. That's pretty important. That's pretty important to know.
Flower vase? Are you talking about the one in the floor, on the floor in the crime photo? This mess of glass shards?
It was originally on top of the dresser. But when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry. I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess.
It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony.
I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. And how am I supposed to believe that?
What kind of flower vase was it?
It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse. So I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser, and that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase.
That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself.
That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality.
Doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. What are you talking about? The guitar case!
I warned you earlier she would not crack so easily. Only way to make her is to
Be on the offensive and not let up.
The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence.
I have to find something. I just have to. For Maya's sake. It's the... It's the guitar case. Because that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, because the guitar case would have water inside it, if that were the case.
Empty, there's some water, but only on top of the lid, and it only bears Corita's fingerprints.
Objection!
You testified that you knocked over the flower. You knocked the flower vase over. Is this correct?
Yes.
And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case?
Is there some problem with what I said?
It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what is so strange. Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, if that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. She also testified that she didn't touch anything else.
That's very true.
Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case.
And what is that?
Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor.
And what is wrong with that?
If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. It's actually probably more important than the water, because water can evaporate, but the glass shards should have broken inside the vase as well. Bless you.
Ah!
The guitar case wasn't open when the glass fell. That means it wasn't Christmas.
Objection!
What is your point, right? That case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over. Is that all?
No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that other than the vase, she didn't touch anything else.
Yes, that's right. She did implicitly say she didn't touch the guitar case.
Objection!
But this whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. It has no bearing to this case at all.
That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it?
It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the...
What do you mean? I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like I must have missed something. Make her testify, because she said she didn't touch it. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle.
I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you.
Can't believe I'm doing this either.
All right, I'll follow along. For now... Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case.
Yes, Your Honor. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know.
It looks like this really wasn't a very important point.
This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now, that it's almost comforting.
Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination.
Using any way to change the topic. A convenient escape for a weak man.
But his fingerprints were the only ones on it. During your testimony just now, do you remember those events clearly in your mind?
Well, you see...
Are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case?
She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not.
Sounds like her dependent side is taking over.
Well, Miss Andrews?
Yes, it was me.
So, you opened the guitar case then?
Yes, well, maybe.
Why did you open the guitar case?
Huh?
Mr. Karita's dead body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? This is why we simply do not have crimes in Rinf Nation?
They're too complicated.
Unlike everywhere else, Rinf Nation has made crimes illegal.
I do love that Phoenix doesn't even know what he's doing sometimes. You know,
I would
he's a
think that
lovable
the
goof.
I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case.
As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed.
Oh, I'm so dazed. I gotta pour myself a glass of juice and knock over this guitar case and open it.
Knock over the
I'm
vase.
so dazed.
Knock over the vase and open the guitar case.
What did I say?
Knock over the guitar case.
That's how dazed I am. I said the wrong thing.
I'm too dazed.
Mm.
Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was alright or not. I thought maybe the criminal took it.
Why would she care about the bright red guitar?
But getting back on topic...
Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside.
How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio.
Welcome back, Luna.
These trials will be over in half the time if you would just pay attention.
Yes, pay more attention, Mr. Wright.
Sorry. Was it because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body?
Yes, that's probably it.
Going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try.
Sorry, I had to blow my nose.
Oh, Rin meant to say, welcome back, Luna. I thought she said Warner Brothers, Luna.
What's bad? Me, of course. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now.
I wasn't planning on letting up, but...
Maybe
I, a lawyer, should give it a try using evidence. Don't worry, Rin.
She's at her weakest now, so this is our chance.
Yeah, if we had a weapon to hit her with.
I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record, waiting to be found.
So it's the guitar case again, right? Bears
Maybe.
Florida's fingerprints. It doesn't say it bears her fingerprints.
Mayhaps.
I mean, what else could it possibly be? You're dodging Sun's mean filter by speaking in my chat? What a loophole.
Luna, be nice to yourself no matter where you are. God, my model is just glitching out so bad. I don't know what's doing it.
Sounds like Mia is telling you to present whatever the real weapon is? What? We don't have... What? Have you... Oh.
I'm using my
He is
iPhone
using it.
currently, and this is what's happening. Do you see? Do you see? Do you see? I don't know why it's doing that. I keep trying to recalibrate it, and it just is not wanting to do it.
There is no way you were the one who opened the guitar case.
Why would you say that?
It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim.
Let me try something. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
If you dox yourself, I'm going to be really upset.
Okay, let's see if that helps at all. We'll see. Nope, didn't help.
What did you do?
I took off my Udi. I thought maybe my Udi was messing up the tracking somehow. But that didn't do anything.
Oh.
I thought maybe it was too big, so it was messing up the tracking. But that's not it.
What is it, Miss Andrews?
You shouldn't assume that I must have left prints just because I touched the case.
By the way, why are the names of the fun and interesting streamers always short? Is it some sort of blessing? What do you mean?
What do you mean? Is Sun Limited short? I didn't think it was
I
particularly...
mean, Rin is short.
Oh, so just like what we go by?
I don't know.
Saying Sun Limited is simply too much. Saying Jjsquidbeard every time, you know. We abbreviate.
I don't know.
Maybe it's the lighting? No, let me turn on some more lights. I'm turning on the overhead light. See if that
You could have
helps.
named yourself like Alexander.
Alexander Squidbeard. Alexander Squamilton. What if I were to tell you that I was wearing gloves at the time? I wouldn't believe you.
Gloves? But why would you be wearing gloves at the time?
It was the night of the awards ceremony. So, of course, I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I am almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves.
What are we talking about? Whatever.
There's a-
Alexander Squidbeard and their wife Caroline Limited. Then why are your fingerprints on the glass? Exactly, Ren. Exactly.
That's what we're saying.
I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime.
I don't think
That's
so.
strange.
I don't think that's true.
So when you say your model's freaking out, you mean like turning left to right?
Yeah,
left
it's
to
like
right?
turning left and right really quickly, and I'm not moving. I'm stationary.
You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange?
Why is that strange?
She took them off to touch the glass and then put them back on to open the guitar case.
Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time?
I have your proof right here. This wine glass.
The wine glass.
You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass.
I know, I'm like fucking spinning around. I don't know why. I'm not moving. Thank you for lurking, Mod.
Hi, Maud. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case?
Hey, Random, what's up?
Her glasses exploded?
Her glasses.
Hi, Random.
exploded.
They did!
Unless there's a ghost behind me, Rin, I don't know what could be it could be recognizing as a face. Maybe there's a ghost. A ghosty ghoul.
What? What did you just say?
Maybe there's a ghost? A ghoul?
That room's been empty for 30 years.
JJ, did
Luna,
you know that I
did
love
you know? Me first. Me first.
What? Let me tell you how much I love you.
Wait, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. I love you. Did you know, have you ever seen that video where the guy's like, it's like a bungee jump type thing?
No.
But he's like, he's like tied to a chair or something. I don't fully know the context for the adventure, but like, it's like a park where you can do bungee jumping, but for some reason the guy's like tied to a chair and he's about to get pushed out the door and he's like, wait, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Have I ever seen it? I'm talking to my wife. I know you haven't seen it, Rin. Rin's never seen any video beside Random's videos. Order, order, order.
Well, looks like you hit the nail on the head this time.
What do you mean? Be a real lawyer!
I believe the guitar case plays a very important role here.
It's just an empty case.
Hold on.
That was a real delayed sneeze.
Sorry, I had 2 sneezes in me and I knew they were coming. Random, thank you for asking how I'm doing. I'm still sick, but I'm doing my best. I wonder if it really was empty, though.
But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. First of all,
First of all.
the fact that it was at the studio really is meaningless to me. Second of all, it could have had something else inside the case.
Like
You've
a gun.
heard the sound before? Or a note?
No, that's a violin case. Tommy guns are in violin cases. Hi, Spooky. What's up?
Hi, Spooky Cat. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio.
Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar.
You don't mean it was a bright white guitar?
Oh my
Wait,
God.
that's not right either.
I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So, the witness was not wearing gloves, despite the fact that on the case...
Ooh, making ornaments. That sounds fun. I hope you have a good time. Your videos are different because I like them? Oh my god. Rin hates everything we send her. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided...
Objection!
No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I am sure this guitar case has some relation to the murder.
If you are so sure, right? Then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please, enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with the murder.
Can you do that, Mr. Wright?
Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case.
The bright red guitar not being the only thing. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black...
Oh my god.
Also, I'm sorry. You can have a bright white guitar, you can have a bright red guitar, you can have a bright guitar of any color other than black. It literally doesn't reflect light.
Can't be bright.
It could be reflective, like it could be glossy, but the black wouldn't be bright. Otherwise it would be gray, I guess. And the brightest gray is just white. Hello?
What am I supposed to say to that?
The line?
Oh. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty, is that right?
That's not...
It's 2026,
touch-
black can be bright. Be more open-minded about colors.
I'm gonna invent a new element. I'm gonna invent a new color. I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. You do this to you all the time? I do this to you all the time? I don't remember something like that, and I have a better memory than you.
Oh my god. A compilation video, please, of all of the times JJ's done something like that to Rin. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything just yet. Now they just need to gatekeep and girl boss.
I've never girl bossed or gaslit.
You have gatekeeped, however.
You read the line.
Now then, let's have it. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? The suicide note?
We don't have... Ren, you're crazy. What are you talking about? The guitar case was inside the guitar case. Sorry, pals. I don't think we can mansplain, manhandle, and manslaughter our way out of this predicament. Okay. We don't have the actual suicide note as a piece of evidence.
Plus 1,000 to Luna. Agreed.
It's not our attorney's badge. It's not the Magatama. It's not the photo of the Nickel Samurai.
I'm gonna
it's just
restart
not.
VTube Studio and see if that helps.
Can you, like, do you want us to go to a break so you can do that?
It's fine.
Please?
It's already happening.
I don't like this. Probably not the press conference ticket. The radio transceiver doesn't really make sense. Neither does the camera. The magazine clipping doesn't make sense, because we got that from someone else. Hotel guide map. map of the Gatewater Hotel. No, that doesn't make sense. The wine glass obviously wasn't. The button wasn't. Well, we just don't have the suicide note, so I feel like the report is probably the only thing that makes sense.
Maybe, maybe. And why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one?
Why, Mr. Wright? Why?
Well, I just thought it might have been possible. Okay, so it's not right.
I have a suggestion. Why don't you have that... Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be? Damn.
Yes, and never bring it out again.
Can a foolishly foolish fool get some love?
Do you still think you can prove your theory? Can you prove that the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder?
I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove.
Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet.
I have to present something. Can we look at the suitcase? No. There is no suitcase. I assume you mean guitar case. We can't look at it. It's not the knife. How about the photo?
Do you have a hint you can give us, Luna?
I don't want a hint right now.
Okay. Not that photo.
I assume it's not this photo. Because this photo was taken after? But also, the picture of the guitar case doesn't have anything in it because it would have been taken out. Why would it be her profile and not the suicide autopsy? Why would it be this glossy photo?
We did try the suicide letter.
We tried the suicide report.
Hi, Shark.
Hi, Shark. Why would it be this? I don't see any reason that it would be this.
Maybe like a spare costume or something? Although why would he have a costume of?
That doesn't really line up with what we've known so far.
Yeah. I'm just spitballing. How's it going? We are having trouble with this case. We're having a little bit of trouble. And I'm having a little bit of trouble with VTube Studio. My model keeps freaking out. But I reset it, and I think it is okay now.
What's the thing with the 16? That is a press conference ticket. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is to confess something after the post-ceremony stage show. We know that Wendy Oldbag had the camera, so it's not the camera. This is just a clipping from the tabloid, so it seems like everyone would have. We can't save. We can't save. What would have been in the case at the time of the murder? Why would it be her profile and not the note? And not the report?
I don't know that it would be anybody's profile.
Can I see... Well, it's an attempted suicide report for Adrian Andrews. This is it. This is all you can see, Grin. We can't, like, click on it further. Yeah. It wouldn't be Juan's autopsy report. It wouldn't be the knife. That doesn't really make sense. Lotta's photo doesn't make sense either. Because it was on the camera.
I don't know.
The photo of the murder scene doesn't make sense either. The wine glass doesn't make sense. Alright, let's go through everything that it can't be. It can't be our badge. It can't be the Magatama. Maya gave this to us, so it'd be crazy if it was this. The press conference ticket. The confession? Maybe? The radio transceiver doesn't make sense. The camera doesn't make sense. The clipping doesn't make sense. The guide map doesn't make sense. It's just a picture of a guide map. Guitar case. Being inside the guitar case, impossible. The wine glass, impossible.
What
Crime
was in
photo,
the guitar
impossible.
case? A smaller guitar case.
I'm like... I would have thought it was the note.
I don't know. But you know what I do know? I didn't take my meds today. I'll be right back.
Alright. What was inside this case at the time of the murder? I think you're ahead of the game script a bit. That happens a fair amount in these. So we're right to believe it's the suicide report, but... What?
Okay. We can be normal.
This is so frustrating. I really thought it was the suicide note, and everything else just kind of doesn't feel right. We have to find proof that there was something in the case. And saying there used to be a note here isn't any proof, so we must be missing something. I think of anything at all that you could put inside a closed space, maybe that could help. Professor Layton, here's a hint. The answer's obvious when you think about it. There used to be. We have to find proof that there was something in the case. Okay. Proof that there was something in the case. Was it the glass of juice? No. I get what you're saying, but I mean that sometimes you intentionally not limit your thinking. The right arm is not visible, so potentially she's holding it.
Turn
here.
your thinking around. Turn it upside down. Fuck. Man, I don't know. Can we present the photo and just see what happens?
What photo?
Like, the one of him, of, Andrew's in the costume?
This?
No, the one of Andrew's in the costume.
Well, we don't know that it's her. Alright.
I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm fully guessing.
Okay, so there was a second costume. And the second costume was inside the guitar case?
This is a photograph.
Yes, but what's important is what's in that picture, Your Honor.
In this picture,
It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. Man, maybe I'm just stupid, but I don't feel like we were... I don't know how we were supposed to deduce that.
I mean, I guess if, On Guard was asleep in the costume, how else would Andrews have worn the costume?
Yeah, but why did Rin saying maybe the game will reveal is strange. But why would he have had the costume?
I don't know. I don't know. What?
It's okay, Ren. Phoenix will explain. The idiot will explain. Phoenix 1 IQ right.
Mr. Wright, explain yourself.
Right. Are you saying the witness opened up the guitar case to take out a costume? What insane point would there be to doing something like that?
You don't think he's stupid? Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? But if someone saw her enter, isn't that just as bad?
I refuse to accept your theory.
Me too.
Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea?
Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was starving for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct?
You mean this photo? Order, order! It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we?
Nice job, Phoenix.
Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. That's kind of frustrating. I feel odd about getting, like, complimented for that when, like, the logic doesn't track for me on that versus all the times that we've been yelled at for falling into traps when they're the only logical, like, parry.
So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume.
Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Matt on guards.
Wha-
Why would something of the defendant's be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places.
True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was this nickel samurai costume doing inside the guitar case?
It was a spare. That doesn't really make sense as an answer. What was it doing inside the case? Well, it was a spare. That doesn't explain why it was in the
That
case.
wasn't the question.
I'm gonna find my own way. Mr. On Guard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one.
What?
Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 nickel samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel?
Yes! Yes! I agree that is the reality of the situation if he was wearing his nickel samurai costume at the time of the murder. But why was it in the guitar case? Yes, that is what I'm saying.
And how do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case?
It would mean the victim himself had brought the spare to the ceremony on purpose.
But why? The victim, Mr. Korida, was the Jammin' Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the nickel samurai spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act?
And therein lies the sticking point.
What are you mumbling to yourself about now? Have you just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue?
Huh? No, I just...
Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the nickel samurai spare costume?
Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you.
Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the nickel samurai spare costume to the hotel was... the press conference?
I guess? 'Cause other guy didn't know about it?
Man, this case was going great up until now.
What is this?
So, what's frustrating to me is, like... I just feel like we've taken a real leap here. Like, I agree that the press conference was clearly not going to actually involve On Guard and was going to involve someone else, but like we have not really like broken down the other elements of it. On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference.
A press conference?
Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference.
I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right?
But what struck me as strange was that Mr. On Guard himself said that he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. I think this is a scene showcasing how Phoenix gets insanely lucky by making bold guesses. Then he figures it out later.
He certainly does.
This is supposed to be a crime investing game!
But how can that be?
The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Corrida himself. Pretty sure it's a Phoenix brain simulator? Then there wouldn't be a game! I don't randomly stumble onto the truth, I bluff it out until the truth is obvious.
The victim?
Yes, the spare nickel samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Corrida was going to hold the press conference as the nickel samurai.
He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference, but why would the victim do such a thing?
That's something I don't quite know yet. However...
But why would they do it? I don't know, man. Just roll with me on this.
Then it's... logically it doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? What I am concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at the conference. That's...
The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself.
And by confess, I mean he's going to reveal his Phoenix.
He will say anything he can to avoid the trial ending and then figure out how to make it work after.
Figure out how to make it work after. How is this a game? How is this a game? Did I say penis? I said Phoenix.
Steven's Phoenix.
Thank God Steven's Phoenix saved the day. Which means that Juan Corrida, posing as the Nickel Samurai, he's going to take out his Phoenix. Was going to speak about Matt on Guard.
Yes, I guess that is what it would mean.
But if that's the case... it's not a confession. That's public disclosure. That's the sticking point for you? Huh.
Miss Andrews?
He's taking his nick out. So funny. I can see why you are pros at what you do.
Pardon me?
Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan.
Miss Andrews, please offer us an explanation for this.
I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared for the second costume for him. That was also me.
You?
One had bet everything on the Jammer Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway.
He was going to ruin him, huh?
It looked like somehow one had his hands on a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed.
What?
And do you know what this secret of Mr. On Guard is, Miss Andrews?
That's something only one knew. I don't know what it is.
Ah, I see.
I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. But that's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt, after all.
Protect Mr. On Guard?
And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Yeah, no, that's exactly what everyone's been thinking this whole time, is she looks like Samus. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt I had to protect him.
This does account for everything.
Well,
Also see Risa Hawkeye? Oh. Like from Full Metal Alchemist? Risa Hawkeye.
the outfit does scream Samus, for sure. Phoenix Wright witness,
Phoenix
tell
Wright,
the
witness,
truth,
tell
challenge
the truth,
impossible.
Challenge level impossible.
Well, I am the logical type.
Yeah, okay. Why did I think she had darker hair?
I don't know.
That's why I was having trouble linking her to Full Metal Alchemist.
Full Metal Alchemist. Full Metal Alchemist. We're finally seeing her true self. She's
Bro
more
thinks
nervous
she's
than a
more
scared
clever than
rabbit.
Mother Brain.
If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I am ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright.
Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. It's time to tip the scales! That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Full Metal Alchemist.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh boy, my game is not loading. It's not loading. It's frozen. Half copper sorcerer? Damn. Okay, I'm back.
There you go. I don't know. It's to do with the source projector. I don't know. I think I'm using a lot of CPU. Would you say that your intuition was your intuition speaking to you?
Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. If you want to prove that someone did something, you need 3 things.
3 things?
What kind of lawyer are you? A motive, an
Say
opportunity.
it together!
A motive,
The
an
hat,
opportunity
the
to
cloak,
commit the crime.
and the white roses.
And finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these 3 things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. If you were a better lawyer.
They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember.
May I continue now? Would you say that your intuition was speaking to you? I'd be concerned if it wasn't.
So, would you say this need came from the press conference?
Yes. Do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt on Guard.
But he didn't know about it!
And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews?
Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume.
But I'm sure Mr. On Guard himself didn't know anything about the press conference.
Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know
Right.
about the press conference?
Alright, fine.
Anyway!
The important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony.
Yes, I agree. Miss Andrews, please correct your testimony, if you please.
Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Right? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove that I'm right.
Has Mr. On Guard done something to hurt or betray you personally?
Why do you ask?
She really do be thinking she more clever than Mother Brain? True change, it's true.
She thinks she's so smart.
You were the one who helped Mr. Corda with his press conference. And that event was supposed to bring down Mr. On Guard, yet you still helped out.
The person on trial right now is Mr. On Guard, right? What the witness was thinking, helping the victim with his plan, is none of our concern. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill.
Why do I keep doing this to myself?
I don't know, man. Why are you still a lawyer?
But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. On Guard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that 2 was a lie so you could cover for Mr. On Guard?
I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time.
I keep trying, but I cannot. I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however.
The judge is glaring straight at Mia.
He's glaring at you, smart guy.
You can hardly call the knife decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage.
Then what about the button?
The button?
It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. And during the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Jammin' Ninja's costume.
Well, decisive is an important word change.
You're talking about this button, correct?
That button was found in the pleats of Matt's Hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence.
Ugh.
Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright.
Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony.
I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat.
You can hardly call the evidence. It's all inanimate. I don't care what you call it, as long as you don't forget to call it for dinner. Thank goodness Mia can still look at me.
With an icy stare, yes?
Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony.
The button was torn off Juan during his fight with Matt. And he didn't have an alibi for...
No, I'm going back, I'm going back.
I read that.
I'm
I
going
read that.
Hmm. What you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time.
Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it?
This witness could have disclosed things about Mr. On Guard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Corrida planned such an elaborate conference. You can hardly call. Your cell phone plan is expired. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. On Guard as much damage as she possibly could. The witness bears ill will toward the defendant.
This isn't the Phoenix Wright Wax Philosophical Power Hour. And please stop slandering the witness.
As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid.
Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more.
You should know by now. You should know this by now. But you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk.
This is just like a bunch of shit Phoenix just threw out? Yep. Got it, Chief! I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews, without thinking twice. Go, random bullshit! From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing. The button that was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. And how do you know that?
When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard.
I've heard that before, too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail?
Don't look at me like that, just because I'm prepared and you're not.
Ugh, and I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? Okay, so we didn't press on that until now. Did I press on this? No, okay. We did press on it. Okay. Okay. Where do we think we are? What are we thinking? Do we why do we not care about the photo that Lotta took? Why is it not relevant? I heard that somewhere too, yeah. That was, we heard it from Edgeworth. In the pleats. What does that even mean, in the pleats?
I know, it doesn't really make any
Like,
sense.
Where in the costume? It's just like, it was in the pleats.
Yeah, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Huh. So if it was torn off before he was stabbed, how did it get blood on it?
I guess I don't know if she's saying that.
Because he was stabbed after the fight was over. Because he was strangled to death.
Strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. So, do you want to present the autopsy here?
Yeah.
This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf.
Strangulation.
The knife stab to the victim was done after the victim had already died.
And what does that mean?
Let's examine the evidence. This button had the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when?
After the knife was stabbed into the victim.
Exactly. Which means it's impossible that this button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off the victim's already dead body.
Order, order. What is the meaning of...
What is the meaning of this, right? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change?
Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve?
What purpose?
We now know that this button was not torn off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposefully rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it?
Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with this button?
To pin the crime on guard. There's only one logical reason for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. On Guard. Can we take a break real quick?
Oh, okay.
Let's take a quick break.
Okie doke. Okie dokie. We're back and better than ever.
Come back.
Yeah, Luna, if you're not feeling good, please go to bed. You can always catch up later. Don't even worry about it. Please take care of yourself.
There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. That's right. Mr. On Guard was set up by the real killer, of course.
And the real murder is... Well,
And the real murder is...
And the real murder is...
He said murder, right? He didn't say murderer.
I wasn't paying
Right?
attention.
You're still fine for a bit? Okay. Oh,
The real murder
and
is... He
the
did.
real murder is...
The real murder is...
well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then?
Finally. I can't believe I managed to bring the trial all the way up to this point.
Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet. Not until the very end.
The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. On Guard is... I guess Adrian.
It's the only person that makes sense.
Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. What?
She's not a Pokemon.
You are Mr. Corrida's killer.
What?
Order, 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 Mr. Wright. This is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge?
Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews.
What? How preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me.
I can't, can I? Would you care to test me?
Then what about this knife?
The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. And the only one who had dinner with him and who knew which knife to take was you.
Then... What about the button that was found in Matt's Hakama?
This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. On Guard was the real killer, there is no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own Hakama. How many glasses is she gonna go through?
Yeah, how many pairs does she have? Those are expensive.
The only person who could have put this button into Mr. On Guard's Hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews.
I see. What about the empty guitar case?
That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. That costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could have only been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. And that person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews.
No, I... But Miss Andrews' fingerprints were nowhere to be found on the guitar case. And it was you who proved she was not wearing gloves at the time.
Now that's right.
That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out that she touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic dazed discoverer of a dead body.
Ah!
And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the crime scene. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. On Guard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not?
Please, stop.
Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time.
Miss Andrews?
I refuse to testify.
What was that?
There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me.
Well, yes. You are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if a testimony can cause damage to themselves.
What? Pleading the fifth is not something that most people would think to do on the spot. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. On Guard's room...
Adrian Andrews! Yes? Think hard about what we just discussed. Understood? All right.
That's it. That's when Francisca planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad.
You did a good job proving everything up to this point. But there's still one thing you haven't done.
Something I haven't done?
What's wrong, right? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence?
What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless.
What?
Everything you have proven is circumstantial.
Circumstantial?
Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to provide a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Corrida.
Miss Andrews, did you want to kill Mr. Corrida?
I believe this may lead me to incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering.
But, Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting guilt, don't you think?
Okay.
No. No, I don't think so.
I agree that when people don't testify, it can make them look bad. But that can't be an instant implication. Otherwise, it would mean that anyone who isn't willing to speak is just automatically guilty. Hey, either admit your guilt or show you're guilty.
Maybe so, or maybe not. There's no way to prove it either way.
Not what she said.
Besides, You don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence.
No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do?
Somehow we've landed in the worst possible situation.
You can assume guilt when someone pleads the fifth in civil court, but not criminal court. What is civil court versus criminal court? Like,
so, like,
divorce?
if I'm like suing you for something, that's civil
Pleading
court.
the fifth can assume guilt. Okay. In criminal court, the jury can make inferences, though. Yeah, and lawyers are supposed to say when someone, like, pleads the fifth and exercises their right not to testify. It's like, you're not supposed to let this influence your decision. Okay.
I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer.
They aren't supposed to read too far into it, but it's assumed that it does anyway. Yeah, they're not supposed to, but it definitely influences people.
And the defense's theory that she is the actual murderer has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof.
But that's not true.
In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess.
Recess?
I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial...
Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. We don't get a not guilty verdict today, then. Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial... Please continue the trial.
What are you sweating for? Your client is getting one more day to live, isn't he?
That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya...
But it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is...
It's not impossible for this trial to continue.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you...
It's true Miss Andrews holds the right against self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation were something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of, then she has no right to withhold testimony.
What? What? Oh, let me just ask you about this time you were driving your car. You couldn't be guilty of anything then, right? Right? Aha, you could be guilty of another crime. So you could refuse to self-incriminate then too, right? Right? But you could always be guilty of something. Like jaywalking or speeding.
Yes, that is very true, but...
Actually, there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Miss Andrews. When you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and? I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want to state that if you have a reason behind your actions, I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again. as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we find out in this testimony should no way implicate the witness. Oh, thank you for the follow, Spooky Cat. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know.
The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please.
The glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into a room and saw it in a messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. So I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over.
So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony?
I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left.
I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours?
Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination.
But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right?
Of course not.
Then who did you pour it for?
Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and a reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself.
So it was a mess? Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Corrida?
I understand your frustrations at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence.
Yep.
And then what did you see next, witness?
Lumped over?
Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward. Eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping.
Is it just me, or did that right there sound a little odd?
When I saw him sitting like that, the thought he was dead didn't cross my mind.
Then what did cross your mind?
Thought maybe he had smashed everything up in anger because he'd lost the Grand Prix. And then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Anyways, that's what I thought.
I see. So you didn't think he was dead at all.
You thought he fainted?
I thought he was asleep at first. But then the room was in such a messy state. Thought maybe he'd gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up. So one always has a glass of tomato juice to drink.
I see. And after that, what happened next?
And how did you come to realize he was, in fact, dead?
I shook him over and over, but never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. I was shocked and staggered backward. And knocked the flower vase over. So that's what happened. Yes. This is what it all comes down to. This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case.
Isn't that a bit harsh? Miss Andrews, will you tell us the truth this time? I think we already did this, but Okay, yeah, that's the odd line. Slumped over and tired looking in the corner. In the corner? In the corner. Is that right? In the corner?
It doesn't
This
look
is
like
the
he's
thing.
in the corner.
There's a lot of stuff in this game that comes down to just like, oh, we're not talking about like the art in perfect terms, but that doesn't matter. And it's like, all right, whatever you say.
I mean, you can try presenting it.
No, I don't want to just present it just 'cause. Like, it's weird. Also, maybe I'm just thinking about the perspective of the room crazy. We can't look at it right now.
I don't know.
She didn't notice the knife?
Yeah.
He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something. Okay. The knife. The knife. He was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. The knife! You didn't notice the knife in his chest? With blood? That should have been there when you found him?
Objection!
What the The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to penalize you, Mr. Wright.
I must be on the wrong track? What the fuck?
Try the photo
The
here.
thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind.
Because the photo, like, he's clearly dead, right? So.
Also, what was a mess? I guess the makeup. I guess the makeup would have been a mess.
Objection!
So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him?
No, not at all.
I feel like the knife should have been relevant, but maybe not for that previous line. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body?
What is the meaning of this?
Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Corrida's chest. Anyone who saw this scene would have immediately thought that he was a dead man. I mean, even if he wasn't dead, you would have thought he was hurt. He was stabbed.
Yeah, for sure.
If the knife was in his chest. But what she's saying doesn't make sense.
That's... Well, you see...
I doubt a single person in the world would mistake this for someone who fainted, and then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink.
Your point is...
Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer.
No!
See, that's the thing. I just feel like the whole, well, if the testimony's about something that cannot implicate her, it's like, what are you talking about? Her testimony could totally implicate her. That's why she didn't testify.
It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all.
But that's impossible. You're wrong.
Miss Andrews, try to have some composure.
It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan.
But you were the one who could refuse to testify, and your reason for not doing so was that you might end up incriminating yourself.
That's because...
Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you?
I refuse to testify.
Then there is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated.
Is it over? Have we found the truth at last?
What's wrong, Phoenix?
Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't.
Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard.
Objection!
Your Honor. Jesus Christ. The prosecution feels it would be premature to pass down a verdict at this time.
What?
The reason is quite simple. This witness has yet to speak the absolute, real truth.
The absolute real truth? What are you?
Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted this silly idea in your head. But as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free. And in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over, and Matt would never be declared guilty.
What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it?
I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma.
Huh?
Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself.
Then, right now, Miss Andrews is...
Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Ms. Von Karma. Don't say a word, no matter what happens. If you do, Matt on guard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now, and is clinging onto them.
And what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get her not guilty. That is my only priority.
It wasn't me. I'm begging you, please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone help me.
Mr. Wright,
Yes, Your Honor?
the court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do.
What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say?
Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what this witness did and what she did not do. And think about who's the real mastermind behind this crime.
Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there. Right?
Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Request not guilty verdict. Force Andrews to testify.
I mean, we have to force her, right?
Oh. I mean, we want him to be not guilty. And if we can get her to talk, maybe it would prove that she also isn't guilty. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do it like this. Not when she's making a face like that. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding.
Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you are doing?
Sure, Mr. On Guard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want this trial to end?
Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me.
That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth.
You're wrong. What a shame. I'd hoped things wouldn't come to this, however.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court.
This is the time Edgeworth shows the dean and prosecutor in him?
Oh. Stop.
Mr. Edgeworth,
This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? And because of this illness, she has tried to commit suicide in the past. Stop. Please stop. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's
the second part of the suicide report. The attempted suicide report.
What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrian Andrews.
The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world.
Please, please stop. I beg you, if people find out... If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is no concern to me.
Because she's gonna get declared guilty and be killed. Or be revealed as, weak, quote unquote, and be driven to suicide. It doesn't matter.
No.
She's in the middle of, she's in the middle of an axe.
Rock and hard
She'll
place.
get cut down either way. She'll get cut down either way. So to Edgeworth, it's like, I'm either gonna put her to death or I'm gonna have her... It's no way! Edgeworth, how can you be so cold?
However, before you die, I will pull the truth from your still-breathing lips. No matter what I have to do. So, will you tell the court yourself, or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. God, I hope this is almost over. I'm exhausted. Nothing matters anymore.
Wow.
When I first saw
I thought it was gonna fade to black. I really thought it was gonna fade to black, and it was gonna be fine for you. But then when it's like, actually, here's another testimony.
No, my throat is so tired.
Do you just want to pause here and be done for today?
No, we have to finish it. We have to.
At least get to an
an actual stopping point.
Okay.
When I first saw him, I thought he had fainted. Honest. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished, I was returning to Matt's room. I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume.
Stabbed the body with the knife? But why would you do that?
Isn't it obvious? To pin the blame on a certain person. A certain cowardly man.
What do you mean by all of this?
It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt. That scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him.
Alright. Bye, Luna.
He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time.
Last time.
So Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Corrida, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of framing Matt on guard for the murder. And this is her crime.
What? How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? I don't think so.
Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination.
But you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say you did not know he was dead?
He had a scarf tied around his neck. But that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up, and went to pour the juice.
What is this plan you had?
I knew right away that the murderer was Matt. I knew because, one, he was going to expose Matt's weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife.
That doesn't pass the smell test. Okay. That was so you could get the knife, correct?
The knife Matt had used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button.
So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife.
It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Onguard's hakama. Yes, that's what I planned to do. But things never got that smoothly. Things never go that smoothly, do they?
An inconvenience?
There was a woman with a camera at the ready, loitering in the hallway.
I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta.
There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready, pacing back and forth.
That's Miss Oldbag for you.
I'd already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again.
You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you?
Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there.
And what is this secret?
That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the Nickel Samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was the real murderer. I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume.
I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button?
Into Matt's Akama, yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it.
My word, what does all this mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, is it? The real criminal is Matt on guard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk.
Francisca, huh?
She said I should under no circumstances confess what I had done. That if I just kept quiet, then Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words.
What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer.
Wait, Your Honor. The defense still...
Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not possible to indict Miss Andrews on anything.
Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of...
Oh my god, fabricating evidence. Disrupting a
There
police
isn't a single
investigation.
piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so is today's trial. You couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright.
But...
Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning.
Why Edgeworth?
He can't
He's not a
arrest
cop.
people.
He's not a cop.
Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately.
Like, obviously, if it was a case where he's the only one who could do something and, you know, the judge is frail, Edgeworth stop her. Sure. But there's, like, bailiffs.
Yeah.
There's bailiffs and there's police here. They can arrest her, not Edgeworth.
That is all. Court is adjourned for today.
Thank God.
But Maya's gonna die. Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal.
Witness, would you mind if I asked you something?
Edgeworth.
What is it? I spoke too soon. Before you leave court today, I was wondering if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand. It's had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remembered just now. I found this in the room on that day.
The room?
That day? Yes.
Hmm.
I found this card when I discovered Juan's body. It was lying there right next to him.
You found that card next to the victim's body?
I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. But it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right?
What do you mean? It was next to the dead body! What do you mean? Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. I'm going to explode. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why.
Witness! That card! Give it to me! Hurry!
Edgeworth.
Do you have any idea what you've stupidly, yet inadvertently done? This... I can't believe you hid this from me all this time! I didn't mean to. What is this all about?
I've never seen Edgeworth so emotional before. That card. What in the world is it, and what does it mean? It's evidence that wasn't included in the case! She found it next to a dead body!
Okay, now thank
To
God.
be continued.
I'm eating cookies now because my blood sugar is very low. So I'm eating some cookies.
Alright. Where are we raiding?
You raid Mashi, I raid Rin?
Yeah, we'll see. Yep.
Okie doke. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll see y'all next time.